He got off the motorcycle, called a taxi and told the driver to go to Cholon. He got out of the car again. This time, he knew for sure that no one was following him. Mr. Hoang had told him to be careful. Less than before you meet me, you must arrange carefully, not to let anyone follow, even if your followers are my employees. Because this plan is kept strictly confidential, greater than he called another taxi, returned to Saigon. The meeting place was a dark villa near Van Duyet Street. Paying for the car, he entered the Nam Quang Cinema, pretending to look at the huge billboard, flaunting the great breasts of a stripper. Closing his mouth, he put his hands in his pockets, walked back to Tran Kai Kap Street. The dark painted gate appeared in front of him. He pushed away, and snuck in. Besides the flickering lights upstairs, Latang couldn't see any other lights in the villa. The living room door opened slightly. Van Bin was waiting for him. He smiled at you. Van Bin patted Latang's shoulder, his voice cordial. The old man was waiting for him upstairs. No reply. Latang climbed the stairs. Mr. Hoang was lighting a cigar, suddenly put the small lighter on the table and looked at Latang with affectionate eyes. The general manager's kind look touched Latang and forgot to greet him as usual after a long time. Years apart. Mr. Hoang said, I am very satisfied with your work. How? What did Pham Hugh say to him? Latang was startled. He did not expect Mr. Hoang to know that the person in contact with him was Pham Hugh. He sat down in a chair, reporting in a monotone voice, recounting what had happened. Mr. Hoang listened quietly, his face dreamy. Meanwhile, Van Bin lamented with a half-burned Salem and a full glass of whiskey. Waiting for Latang to finish reporting, Mr. Hoang said, our plan is half done. The rest, I leave to you, and you have to do it alone. I believe he has the ability and courage to succeed. Thanks to his sacrifice, suffering and humiliation, being despised by colleagues, friends, society, we have launched an important organization. Enemy importance here. This organization has the task of recruiting disgruntled elements to bring out. Back. Pham Hugh is not a commanding officer. He only acts as an intermediary between you and the resident director. 1. His real name is Nguyen Kak Lim. He has a wife and 2 children and runs a bicycle shop and repair motorbikes on Nguyen Kong True Street. He was recruited by enemy intelligence 12 months ago. Sir, what about Latan? She is a mediocre communication officer. Not as important as Pham Hugh. Sir, apart from Pham Hugh and Latan, this organization. Anyone else? In Mr. Hoang's mind appeared a picture taken in pink offline meeting in front of Vin Loi Cinema. Latang could not believe that the Secret Service had spread out most of it. But Mr. Hoang could not tell him the complete truth. He said, apart from these 2, there is no one else. Besides, it's enough for us to find out their resident director. Do you intend to arrest them? When you return, I will arrest them. That means I give them the freedom to roam for another 2 or 3 months. Sir, what is my mission from this moment? Pham Hugh leads you anywhere, you just follow. From this moment on, I abolish the monitoring teams of the department, lest they be suspicious. I believe Pham Hugh will take you to meet his resident director. However, as far as I know, they will probably take you to Nam Vang or Van Tuong before going to North Vietnam. According to the operational principles of enemy intelligence, the real resident director was not in Saigon but in an adjacent country. Van Bin will arrange for you to escape from North Vietnam after you complete your mission. Sir, what is the focus of your work? Phan Thien. Sir, Phan Thien, head of North Vietnamese counterintelligence. No, he's the director, not the head of the department. He controlled Counterint Mandarin, a very important job. My staff was arrested. Kill for him. He was trained in Moscow and Beijing. About by profession, he was an excellent, fully qualified counterintelligence officer. Politically, he is an alternate member of the Central Committee. Sir, I didn't want to hear of Phan Thien's name anymore. That means you have to find a way to kill him. If so, he sent a team. Would it be more convenient to do a special assassination in Hanoi? This can't be done. Firstly, Phan Thien is protected very strictly. Not even a single mosquito could get into his room. I'm telling the truth. he's so suspicious of fear from the scared mosquito. He was afraid that I would use mosquitoes to inject poison into him, so he ordered the killing of mosquitoes in his office and house. Second, I didn't want to kill him in public. Your mission is to kill him in secret, in complete secrecy. Therefore, you must be trusted by him. At that time, take action, and remember not to leave a trace. Well, Iris. Good luck. Latang stood up. Mr. Hoang shook his hand. His hand was as soft as a girl's hand. Latang waved to Van Bin and then slowly went down the stairs. Outside, the sky had stopped and the rain was pouring. Van Bin quietly watched his friend walk out into the yard. He didn't notice the rain. People in the intelligence profession didn't have time to care about their expensive clothes and shoes getting wet, or their noses that are clogged and their bodies aching from going bareheaded in the rain, without an umbrella or a shirt. Guy, Latang is busy thinking about death. Arriving at Nam Quang Cinema, seeing people rushing into the box office, Latang suddenly remembered that it was raining heavily. The bright light made the picture of the naked girl exposed before his eyes. He looked closely at the billboard. The girl was lying on the bed, in an extremely erotic gesture, grinning as if to speak to him. Guy less than invite him naturally greater than. In particular, she only ate nothing. A white bandage ran across her chest, presumably censorship forcing the studio to cover her breasts, her huge and voluptuous breasts. However, the audience still saw a mountain of valuables. Unconsciously, Latang thought of Hugh Lan. It was late at night, she must have entered the bedroom. Buddha believed she was awake. Her words in the evening on a stone bench by the river bank still resounded in his head. I will meet you, if you will tell the truth. Hugh Lan forced him to tell the truth, the Tr. He bid her farewell in front of the majestic inn. Here is red, a tear glistening. She bit her lip to keep the tears from rolling down her cheeks. The guy's goodies upset. He couldn't hide her forever. He will tell her. Forever thinking, he did not pay attention to the people standing around. He nudged a young woman's chest with his elbow. Thinking he was intentional, the young woman snapped loudly, "What is it?" Latang stepped aside. He stepped on the toe of a girl in pantyhose, who was hiding in the chest of his cowboy mistress. The girl's voice is as sour as vinegar. This man has no eyes. I don't understand why Latang continues to be clumsy as before. This time, his hand was always on the young woman's chest. The young woman shouted, and a man protected his chest, threatening to say, I will break your bones. Latang was shocked to wake up. The image of Hugh Lan occupied his mind, so he did not pay attention to the people sheltering from the rain under the cramped eaves of the popular cinema. He also did not know why he was grabbed by a muscular man and threatened to grumpy groping. Grumpy groping. The cowboy's accusation made Latang cold. Anyway, he is not a crass person, or mentally ill, has a rude attitude to women in the place where the eyes of the eye are seen. Latang steps up. He didn't want to cause trouble, because he had a lot of work to do tonight. However, the guardian pulled him back. The button of his shirt was broken. His voice became harsh. You must apologize to my wife, or you will break all your teeth. Latang was surprised. He said strange. It didn't do anything but apologize. The cowboy intervened. This guy is a liar. Hot blood rushed to Latang's face. He turned to him and said, ask him to keep his mouth shut. Not, TM reluctant to have a drastic attitude. The cowboy laughed loudly. The fierce attitude. Well, that's it, I'll give you a month's worth of thin porridge. Saying that, he threw out his. Great. Latang leaned over. The left punch slipped out. Even though he was angry, he tried to hold back, because he didn't want to cause trouble because of a meaningless matter. He was out on the curb. The cowboy still chased. He shouted, coward. Are you going to hide? With a calm face, Latang stopped. The cowboy hurled another paintball into his morning membrane. The punch is quite dangerous. The wind blows. Buddha, I must be his equal opponent. Tell me, he also knows martial arts, but it is a mediocre martial art, can only be used for self-defense in the society of sisters and brothers and pickpockets. Latang flicked a light. His arm turned into a cold iron. Touched. The cowboy howled in pain, staggered for a second and then fell down on the road. Latang was about to leave, but the legal guard approached, hands on hips, an aggressive pose. He was 1.5 times his size, and half a head taller than him. Looking at the two people fighting, everyone thought that Latang would be swallowed up in the first minute of the match. Song Latang was still as calm as not. He did not believe that the guardian could subdue him. Because in his active life, he competed many times with giant opponents. He said to him, "We have no animosity, so why conflict with each other, useless." He smiled faintly. "Why is it called conflict? I just waved my hand and he fell down on the street right away. You are rude to my wife is first crime. The second crime is bullying a weak person. As for the third crime." Latang shrugged his shoulders, didn't say many more words. "I am red, invite him to act first." Curious people crowded around. Latang knows that in a few minutes the law enforcement will come. So he decided to attack quickly. He didn't give the guardian a chance to strike first. His arm could not fan his face. He took a step forward, grabbed him, and used an extremely dangerous judo stance to beat him. Fall down. He scrambled to get up. Latang threw a kick into his chin. This time he was lying on the sidewalk, unable to get up anymore. Latang brushed his hands, lifted his shirt, turned the crowd to go to Hong Cross Street. The children ran after cheering and cheering. Lie. A policeman blew his whistle. Latang quickly climbed onto the switch. She has no guests. Escape. The yoke in the middle of the road suddenly wrapped around his neck. Fortunately, he ran in time, or else he will be at the station in District 3 tonight. With his criminal record, a record of fighting in the army, he will be taken to court, and will certainly receive a few more months. Mr. Hone, he go to Taf Kai Hoa's examination, because that would make his role exposed. The taxi ran around, the cool wind blowing in made him comfortable. Crossing Tnghe Bridge, he got off the car, turned into an alley. Hugh Lan's house was still lit. The rain fell on his face. Guy pushed the gate in. Go to the window. Hugh Lan lived with her old mother. She was reading a book under the only night light placed on the desk, near the window. Hearing the movement, she raised her head. The loose hairs on her forehead give her a meek, kind and docile beauty. Seeing him, she was startled. He pulled a chair and sat down. Yes. I.e. anyone at home, Hugh Lan said. My mother has been sleeping since early evening. What about us? Children who have come to Saigon to practice the piano have not yet returned. Is there anything important? He slowly replied, yes. Last night, I asked you to tell the truth. Now, her eyes are bright. I know you'll tell me the truth anyway. K not, I will die. Latang sat still, looking embarrassed. He didn't know how to start. He didn't know if he should tell her all, or tell her only part of it. In principle, Mr. Hoang told him to keep it a secret, but anyway he had no right to hide it from Hugh Lan, who sacrificed everything for him. Hugh Lan stood up. Wait for me for a moment. Your bottle of rum is delicious. The real Bacardi. I bought it separately to invite you. You drink it with Coca-Cola. Bacardi rum mixed with Coca-Cola soft drink and 3 ice cubes in the fridge is his familiar and intimate drink. He nodded. You're so good to me. Looking at her inside, Latang felt hot at the nape of his neck. She wore a pair 0F white nylon pajamas with purple flowers. The new styled shirt is just too short, just past the navel, every time. She stepped up again, flaunting her smooth skin, and most of all the sexy round buttocks, and long slender legs. The living room is decorated with cheap but trendy furniture, showing that the owner is an educated person and has good taste. The salon consists of all round iron trees, painted black, and covered with colorful leather. Adjacent to the wall is a small, square, low-key sideboard, above which is placed a crystal flower arrangement, containing a bouquet of red pears like a woman's lips. On the sofa, a desk, asmol chair. Everywhere there are flowers, fresh flowers, nylon flowers mixed together, making him unable to distinguish which is fake, which is real. Hugh Lan's flower arranging skills had reached a great level. He suddenly remembered that she had spent nearly 3 years in Dongkin, and during this time she studied the art of flower arrangement. In fact, she went to Japan not only to learn flower arrangement, because Mr. Hoang did not spend money to let her spend in vain. She went to Japan to study a foreign language and espionage course. When the art of flower arrangement reached a great level, one could turn a flower into a smile, an invitation, an earnest love letter. On the wall, Latang also saw flowers. 2 oil paintings hang on the wall. The first picture is an orchid, the second one is a lily. Lan Hu. Hugh Lan came out when he didn't hear the sound. She smiled at him. What are you looking at? He turned around. Look at me. Then he hugged her. She quietly let him kiss on the cheek, on the forehead. When he kissed her lips, she took it. She carried a glass of rum mixed with Coca-Cola for him. Invite him to drink. With a melancholy face, Latang sat down on the chair. Hugh Lan put her hand on his hand. Only then can you be angry. You want, I'll pamper you right away. But it's inconvenient here. I'll come to your room when you need me. Neighbors here are very strict, a little bit critical. Besides, pausing for a minute, as he continued, besides, I came to see you to talk about important things. Looking at the sparkling beverage, Latang said, I am sorry. He's still funny like that. I was going to go straight, not to greet you. Buddha had the impression. She stole the words. Where are you going? Work. She sighed. No wonder. For months now, I have suspected something secret. Understand you a lot. He cannot be a man without conscience and useless to society. Some employees in the department who failed in their work were reprimanded by Mr. Hoang, but no one has been reprimanded as harshly and cruelly as you. Although strict, Mr. Hoang is still known for being benevolent. Over here. Yes. Tonight, I tell you the truth. All that happened was just a scene. God. Can you sacrifice your honor like that? In this profession, people do not care about details or common ethics, but must consider the results as important. Mr. Hoang did not force him to act. It was he who suggested it to Mr. Hoang, and before accepting, Mr. Hoang gave him 48 hours. Clock to think. Because the spirits of close friends died in the north of the 17th parallel, you have to do something. When are you leaving? I didn't know. Going to the north. I didn't know either. God. Do you still hide from me? In principle, you have to hide from everyone. If Mr. Hoang finds out that I confessed to you, the job will be cancelled. As an employee of the department, I understand the importance of secrets. Hugh Lan sighed. Well, I won't ask you anymore. However, if you really love me, tell me what to do in the north. He told you that I didn't know where to go. I'm telling the truth. I didn't have to keep it a secret. Don't get me wrong. How's the work? Can't say, please understand. Huey sat still, her eyes filled with tears. After a while, she sighed, her voice broken. I didn't understand. Well, I'm back in this business. A profession of concealment and deception. Only we didn't know each other, didn't love each other. I didn't dare to force you. I'm married. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I am still happy for you. Hugh Lan looked at him with tears in his eyes. I did not expect you to treat me like that. I wanted to get married. I would have been married a long time ago. Because I really love you. The reason I contradict you is because I consider you as a husband, perhaps close more than her husband. Her voice trembled. Latang held her hand. Poor you. He said that he was not angry with me. On the contrary, he was happy for me. Buddha was lying to himself. Lying in the clinic, I had the opportunity to think, consider the truth, and clearly see your noble love. I love you so much, Hugh Lan, you know. Love me so I'm afraid I'll become a widow. Love me, so I want you to marry someone else. She shakes her head. It's no use. No matter what happens, I will still love you. Even if you die, of course I hope you come back alive. But if you are the hero Kinka, once you go and don't come back, I will wait for you all your life on the banks of the Dik Tui River. Latang laughs. Your younger brother looks terrible. Hugh Lan also laughs. Yes as I'd like in a novel. Seeing Hersid, Latang felt excited in his heart. He drank half a glass of Bacardi in one breath. Hugh on the table, will you drink again? Latang waved his hand. Well, I still have work to do. I didn't know when to leave, but I believe is about to. If he can get to Hanoi, he will carry out Mr. Hoang's plan. Otherwise I will lie still, waiting for the right opportunity. What plan? I have a mission to kill Fan Thien. Fan Thien? Yes. He killed your employee, you have to take revenge. Do you feel sad when you see me engaged in dangerous work? No, I asked, that's all. We have accepted this job, life and death are normal. Before you go, I just ask you for one thing. Say it, we're getting married, God. Marriage is not so simple and easy. I have family and friends. At least there must be time to interrogate and inform relatives and relatives. Besides, I didn't believe that your mother is satisfied. Your mother completely believes in you. What about paternal and maternal family? I am no more. Who is here? As for you, you also have no one left. Only you are afraid of Mr. Hoang's objection. Like you, I'm just afraid of Mr. Hoang's objecting, so there is only one way. Let's get married secretly. Hugh Lan's words confused Latang, almost dropping a glass of wine. How can I marry secretly? I'm a child of a family teacher, not married to a spiritual family. Well, it also according to custom. I didn't want public misunderstanding and ridicule you. You don't need publicity, but Edo. Conscience is aching, don't make me commit more crimes. Hugh Lan sighed, stood up, opened the door and looked out at the street. The sound of a car echoed in the distance. Such she turned back. The children are coming back. Latang held her beautiful hand, sad voice. I'm going, say hello. Hugh Lan burst into tears and hugged him tightly, kissing his forehead and entering the room. Mother. Unconsciously, 2 hot tears fell on Latang's cheeks. He had the feeling that if he stayed a minute longer, he would carry her to the finish the mission. An important task was prepared from a year ago. Like a madman, he went out. It was pouring rain. Latang bent down to the ground, because the light made him ashamed. He walked quickly, ignoring the rain that was getting heavier and heavier. He also did not notice a black trunk car parked under an old tree. The branches are black and cumbersome. There were 2 men in the car. Seeing Latang come out, one person raised infrared binoculars to observe. He's out. The other person asked, get in the car yet? Yes. He just called a taxi. The ultra-frequency phone was turned on timidly. Dear. Sunset calls Dawn. Sunset calls Bin. In a room full of files on Nguyen Hue Boulevard, a gentle old man lifted a stethoscope to his ear. Dawn, listen here. Listen to Dawn. Say Sunset. Sir. Gentleman has just come out. Please instruct. Stop. You go to the department. No need to follow the gentleman anymore. Obey orders. Can the recording be complete? Sir. Full. The old man rubbed his hands, his posture contented. The story that happened in Hugh Lan's house was recorded on plastic tape. A tiny box is mounted under the sofa, channeling all noises out within a radius of 50 yards. The black box truck parked under the comer of the old tree was the logistics station. And the gentle old man on Nguyen Hue Boulevard had an easy-to-remember name, Hoang. The door was stuck open. Mr. Hoang raised his head. Van Bin quickly entered. Sir, you called me. Mr. Hoang said. In 5 minutes, Ladeep will bring the tape recorded between Hugh Lan and Latang here. I prepare to research, then find a way to deal with it. Sir, does Latang know? No, Queen bitch. It's your full authority to decide. Sir, your plan. Do we have much hope of achievement? It depends on your actions, Latang. Speaking, Mr. Hoang stood up. Haven't slept in a week, so tired. Now, I take a short nap. Mr. Hoang leaned back on the cloth chair placed in the corner of the room. In a moment, the general manager was fast asleep. Van Bin shrugged and lit a Salem cigarette. Z.20 Death Sentence Chapter 7 Chapterville just closed the door. Latang smelled the sweet smell of tobacco. He recognized the smell of cherry, one of the most delicious pipe tobacco in the world, made by the United States. Pham Hue was walking along the bag smiling and greeting him, friendly posture. He sat hunched over in the armchair Dunhull, looks like the owner of the house. Latang's room door is fitted with a very good Yale lock, without a key it is impossible which can be opened. However, Pham Hue swam into the room and locked it carefully. Latang expressed annoyance. Where did you get a key? Pham Hue hit the pipe on the palm of his hand to let the white cigarette butts fall out. Opened it with steel wire. Latang grimaced. People know it's bad. Who is it? Who is it? You already know. You can rest assured. Don't dare to doubt me. Besides, when I went upstairs, no one was there. Latang poured a glass of rum. What did you meet me about? Pham Hue slowly lit a fire in his phrase HLY stuffed D pipe. Please prepare your suitcase. Where are you going? Go to my commander. In that case, why carry your luggage? Perhaps you will leave Saigon. Gone. Latang let go of 2 words. Is that so? Then sat down on the chair. Pham Hue poured another glass of Bacardi for him with a sweet voice. Afraid that you'll be late. I've already packed your clothes into your suitcase. You're too self-indulgent. Please forgive me. You and I have become colleagues. It's my duty to protect you. Not the kid who always asks his mother to accompany him. You're wrong. Mr. Hoang let people follow him every hour, every minute. Yes, let's go. He took the suitcase and put it back on the table. Once again someone will bring it to you. I carry a suitcase in my hand. The world doubtful. Going to the corridor, Pham Hue pointed to the left. We go down this way. Latang hesitated. Pham Hue knows the way in Bin Din, like someone who has been there for a long time. This event proves that the enemy has a powerful monitoring and investigation organization. The emergency stairs lead down to a small courtyard, reserved for firefighters. Since many years, the building has not had a fire, so the emergency stairs are covered with green moss. The brickyard below is also full of moss. Latang had to press his feet to avoid slipping. The 2 of them went through a dark alley and went to Tran Hung Dao Avenue. A taxi has been parked for an unknown time. Pham Hue opened the back door and let Latang up. The driver changed gears and drove back to Saigon. The stranger put the umbrella on the seat, then sat down, took out a green bat tot cigarette and smoked it. Pham Hue stood beside him, with a gentle face, mixed with fear, like a schoolboy reading a lesson on the board. Latang did not say anything. He casually looked at the deep eyes, and the small mouth, with the dark lips of the stranger. He said, "Whistle." Latang waved his hand. "Thank you. I like rum." The stranger turned to Pham Hue. "Your work is done. You can leave Saigon." Pham Hue mumbled too, "Hello," and went out. In the opposite person, in front of a glass of sparkling wine. Latang commented, "You have a loyal member." The stranger replied, "He has a boastful much less than him." "Well, we're friends, we call each other more intimately. I'm Bien. Nguyen Van Bien." He called me Nguyen Bien for convenience. Latang smiled. "Hello, Mr. Bien. Since when are you named Bien?" "I'm so curious. I've been working here for a long time." "Are you from Hanoi?" "No. I am not an employee of Hanoi." "So you're an employee of Beijing?" "Neither is it. Because of security conditions, I can't tell you for sure. However, when you go out, you will know." Latang envisions a deserted beach, near Long Hai, a flash of green flashing lights many times as a signal. A tiny rubber boat broke the waves to shore. A man dressed in black, wearing a dagger, holding a submachine gun, invited him to go out to sea. Active, he took submarines at night in enemy land many times, but this was the first time he boarded enemy submarines, with his agreement. Hoang. Nguyen Bien continued. "Besides, my organization is GRU, KGB, is, MI5, CIA, 2nd Division. Or what else? No relation. In this intelligence profession, no one is anyone's ally. 2 countries can be allies, but in terms of reporting this alliance is only valid on paper." During the Second Great War, the Soviet Union was allied with Britain, France, and the United States, but when the Nazis were defeated, the American OSS, the French Second Chamber and the British's fought fiercely, to rob German scientists. Take the most specific example, Communist China and the Soviet Union. For many years now, GRU and KBC have been operating secretly in mainland China. The relations hip is to agree with each other in certain principles. "You have been abandoned by Mr. Hoang, we want to use you, and are willing to pay handsomely. Country is an abstract matter. Each individual has his or her own conception of the country. However, I also confirm that I do not force you to do anything against the interests of Vietnam. There are two countries in Vietnam, the South and the North. I want to know more. Oh, you mentioned politics again. Politics is a taboo in the reporting profession. Latang is silent. Nguyen Bien again said. Now, to the issue of remuneration. As Pham Hue told you, you will be paid 2 million when done. When Pham Hue suggested it, it didn't react because I knew. He is a junior employee. I want to raise this issue with you. You signed the pledge and accepted 2 million, yes. But this 2 million money is just a gift you guys gave me, rather than the bonus amount after I return to you. Singers like Tan Na, Ut Tra An, and Kim Kwang were also rewarded with millions of dollars when they left one group to join another, let alone me, a love worker. Premium newspaper. How much do you ask for? 2 million bonus, to join the army. The remuneration will be determined later, depending on the job. To be honest with you, I didn't know the content of your work yet. Yes, this topic is shelved. As for the 2 million, when will they have it? When you leave Saigon? No. I want it right away. I didn't have enough of 2 million right now. If it's not enough, don't take it. I just pick up the phone. You go up. You will go to Kai Wata check, and this time it's a bone prisoner. Well, you don't dare to denounce me. After all, I'm also the news miner older brother. Besides, if you denounce me, I will make atonement by betraying Mr. Hoang. Of course I'll go to jail, but only 5-10 months to be released. As for you, you will lose Latan, lose Pham Hue, and maybe you will also be examined. And an important employee like you can't spend 5-10 months in prison like I did. You're a money-hungry man. Because of money hungry, I cooperate with you. You also is an idiot. Ha, ha, not as bad as you. What money do you lack? I'm not mistaken, you already have 2 million in the drawer. Nguyen Bien snorted and said, as good as you, old Hoang doesn't know how to use it. What a waste. Here, I take 2 million. He opened the drawer and pulled out a large bundle of banknotes. Latang smiled. Thank you. Nguyen Bien asked, we're leaving soon, where are you going to keep the money? I have a safe in the bank. It only takes 3 minutes. Nguyen Bien looks at his watch. Please get out of the car. Where are you going? Go to the airport. Tan Son Nhut is that. Maybe take a military plane in Bien Hoa. Latang breathes a sigh of relief. Out. I kept thinking that I would get off the submarine or cross the Cambodian border. Nguyen Bien laughed. You can rest assured. Boarding a jet of a French airline, with a ticket, with a valid passport. He threw a green passport book in front of Latang. This passport is issued by the General Director of Public Security to South Vietnamese citizens. Opening it, Latang was surprised the person using the passport is a woman. Why this passport? Nguyen Bien replied, I want to show you my organization for making fake documents. How is it? Very alike. As a professional employee, I also thought it was a real passport. However, I guess what you mean. Using this passport has little hope of escaping the airport police, because any Vietnamese going abroad must write their name and date of departure at the airport headquarters, in accordance with the passport. Airport police had a list of passengers before the plane took off. But for foreigners, this procedure is radically simplified. So it churned for him a Philippine passport. You are a Filipino citizen going to Hong Kong, on your way back home. And you? I just took you to Tan Son Nhut and then stayed. Another person will go with you. Who is this person? Secret. I can't disclose, because of security conditions. When you arrive in Hong Kong, someone will pick you up. The code is, are you from Vong Kak? And he replied, no. TM from New Year's house. The person who picks you up will wear a cross suit, tawny color, yellow shirt, and light red sash, gold needle pin, green jasper in the middle, pointed toe shoes, left hand holding a woman's umbrella. Well, invite him to the car. Nguyen Bien's car is a cool painted Peugeot. He sat in front of the steering wheel and opened the ignition mirror. Latang asked, where's my suitcase? Nguyen Bien replied, IU's been stored into the trunk. The Pugiat slowly slipped into the crowd. Nguyen Bien drove slowly, a green Goodbat cigarette on his lips. Latang casually looked to both sides of the road. The old trees along Pasteur Boulevard had turned yellow, and the leaves were scattered. The morning sun was not strong enough to repel the white fog. Suddenly, Latang misses endlessly. Hugh Lan's deer figure whirled around in his mind, but gradually Hugh Lan was just a shadow. The love of the mission rose up. Nguyen Bien parked the car outside the airport. Latang took his suitcase and walked into the ticket office. Nguyen Bien told him for the last time, "Don't forget it. He is Filipino. Anyone who asks anything must answer in English." Nguyen Bien sat down on the bench. Wall, eyes never leaving Latang. Although it was still early, the airport was already crowded. Hong Kong passenger ticket counter has a group. Q person. He dared not look around, afraid of meeting people he knew. The most dangerous is to meet with Secret Service agents. A chance meeting could thwart Mr. Hoang's plan. He is sure that Ladeep or Van Bin is here, watching every second, every minute. The hostess smiled and asked him a tearful question. He also smiled back. 15 minutes left. The plane took off. Police officers and customs officers controlled it quickly. He did not know if they were ordered by the emperor or whether they were deceived. However, he noticed that his passport looked like the real thing. He pushed the glass door into the airport's air-conditioned restaurant. A waiter wears a black bow. Again, Latang paused for a second. The waiter is Ladeep. Toy Ladeep mounted on the edge of his beard, and wore nearsighted glasses. Latang still recognized it. "Sir, what do you use?" Ladeep asked. Latang replied, "Black coffee, bread." Ladeep asked in a small voice, "Where to go?" "Hong Kong." "Sir, do you use sugar?" "No, only chicken sandwich left. No more ham." He said, "Be careful. The guy following you is looking in here. Did you tell him anything?" "No." Latang's voice suddenly changed. "Hey man, I ask you to report this to Mr. Hoang. Please don't let Hugh Lan get involved. She is an innocent girl." Strangely, I did not hear Mr. Hoang talking about Hugh Lan. Gave the impression that Hugh Lan, like me, will be a pawn. For me, that's normal. But as for her, I could die for her. Yes, I'll report it to Mr. Hoang. Hello. Latang bent over his cup of coffee. Suddenly the loudspeaker rang. Request. Request. The airline's staff invites customers to board the plane. Latang threw the $100 bill on the table. A waitress dressed in a blue dye, embroidered with a dragon's neck, greeted him in English, "Wishing you a peaceful highway." Her mouth is as pretty as he wanted to hug and kiss. But he tried to restrain the feeling of rebellion woke up in the long. The sun was suddenly dark. Latang is embarking on a dark and scary adventure. The plane landed as light as falling leaves on the Kaidak flight deck. During the flight, Latang fell asleep, and fell asleep. In fact, he wanted to pull a sound sleep, but every 5-10 minutes, he woke up, as if he heard a bell ringing in his head. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter 7 Kant. Chapter 7 Kant. Carefully observed the passengers in the plane, but could not find any suspicious faces. Most are foreigners who visit Tomport for vacation and shopping. Sitting next to him was a pretty clean woman, charming smile, full breasts, but snacking like child, whose body reeks of chocolate. At birth, he originally hated women eating chocolate, because it made women fat and ugly, losing all the sexy curves in the waist, buttocks and chest. The young lady offered him candy. He used one. He shook his head. Then he laughed. Face the young woman blushed. He hates women eating animals, right? I have a habit of laughing. The reason he laughed was because he remembered the story that happened 2 years ago. At that time, he was eating in Dongkin. At the next table, 2 young men drank sake and ate fish salad with 4 girls, waiting for a new life. A boy offered a cola, intimate voice. It's delicious, there's a bite. A girl took it, brought it to her nose, sniffed, and then threw it on the table. Trash. Young people rolled their eyes. Don't eat. Well then, what's the use of vulgarity? The young woman put a tickle in the young man's face. His voice was as sour as vinegar. Try to see what a tickle is. For a long time, Latang has known that there is a special type of chocolate animal. In Japan, eating the body will be extremely stimulated. Sassy young men and salt and pepper old men often invite young girls to eat fake chocolate cattle to satisfy the FL. However, for the first time, Latang saw with his own eyes this kind of love. Invited to eat by the fat woman, he suddenly remembered the meal the day before and burst out laughing because of that. Procedures and controls at Kaitak were very simple and quick. Latang carried a small suitcase with soaking, from where the plane is parked to the customs office. An airport employee glanced at Latang's suitcase and passport, then said absent-mindedly, "Wishing you many happy days in Hong Kong." Latang shrugged. "Thank you very much." Contact officer wearing calm crossed pair, tawny, yellow shirt, light red necktie, gold needle pin, green jasper, pointed toe shoes, left hand holding the umbrella of a woman who has appeared in the flesh. He was in his 30s, with one eyelid, similar to a Korean. The two people only needed a minute to exchange the password. A tall Rolls car had already opened the door outside. Latang climbed up. The driver roared at the gas. Along the way, the stranger didn't turn to him, and he didn't words. Run for a moment, the driver drove into the alley. A whitewashed building, sprawled in the midday sun. Latang was taken into the living room. A man in his 50s was waiting for him by a bottle of champagne. Mum, his face filled with joy. "Are you tired from the plane ride?" Latang curtly replied, "No, thank you." Shaking hands, he noticed that his hand was soft, his fingers well trimmed, his nails white. This detail proves that he's not a spy act. He suddenly remembered Mr. Hoang's hand was as soft as a woman's. He said, "My name is Gi. Chu Gi," then turned to the liaison officer to wait. "Let me go home. I have an important matter to discuss with the guest." He told the driver to drive the car back to the garage upstairs. Told Ms. Fuang to clean the room for the guest, and bring lunch to the room. Liaison staff, strict. "Dear Mr. Yes." Zhou rubbed his hands. "Invite your friend into the office job. We can talk more discreetly. The office is near the stairs. Furniture includes an iron table, 3 swivel chairs, a swing and a square file cabinet." Latang had just sat down. The door of the room opened, and a trembling young woman walked in, carrying a tray of wine. Chu Gi introduced. "This is Ms. Fuang. My friend came from afar and asked her to take good care of her." Zhou emphasized the TW. The young woman smiled. "Yes." Latang caught a provocative look. Her face was not very pretty, but behind her thin dress, he noticed a well-proportioned, tight, round body, especially her long, slender, white legs. The type of woman, long-term training no matter what Dao, is often the first-class hobby of Latang. He looked at Chu Gi. "Your staff is really beautiful." Chu Gi laughs. "If you sincerely cooperate, you will also meet 3 or 4 times more beautiful people than Ms. Fuang. I have an album of beauty available. Who do you need? I am willing to provide." Latang quietly watched Chu Gi hit the match and smoke a cigarette. Gesture of holding the medicine with 2 gentle fingers. And casually struck a match, proving that he had lived for a long time in the West. Without hinting, he entered the matter. "Between us, maybe not need fence. Messy again, right? Because like you, I am. Longtime intelligence officer in the profession. Yes. I know that's why it took so much effort to invite you here. I am very happy to work with someone as straightforward as you. To put it bluntly, you are the buyer, I am the seller. Pay the right price, then I am willing to sell. And after selling, each person will go a separate way. Because I didn't believe he loves me because I have handsome eyes and a voice that lulls women to sleep. Miss Fuang will then fall in love and die because of him. The next beauty is the plan as old as the earth. You treat guests, I sincerely accept. Don't try to bring beautiful women to seduce me. You are too harsh. It's not the first time I've received a senior intelligence officer like you. Before him, many people had entered this room, and sat on the chair he was sitting on. I didn't ask for much, my heart. Mine is that we both benefit. They've news, and you have real money, a lot of money. 2 million silver is not a big deal. Oh, don't worry about money. Pham Hugh is only allowed to spend 2 million at most. As for me, how much money I have the right to decide. So how much do you pay? You go to buy goods, you have to look, see if the goods are real or fake, good or bad. Bad. Of course, the goods you sell must be good, so we have to pay a deposit of 2 million dong in advance. Have you seen? Just signed the contract, not. Look at the goods we paid 2 million for. Depending on the value of the item, we will pay more. So what do you want? All information related to the intelligence system commanded by the boss under the orders of Mr. Hoang in the north of the 17th parallel. Mr. Hoang, it took nearly 20 million Vietnamese dongs to set up this organization. You ask this money is too big. I didn't want to catch squash. You're right. In the world, no intelligence organization would pay him 20 million silver. Buying top secret materials such as nuclear bombs, Chinese bombs, and spy satellites costs 1/3 of the same amount. Anyway, you're wrong. Documents related to murderous scientific inventions, if not stolen, you will also find out, after a period of research. As for the intelligence system like Pham Non's head, cut this one, another sprouts up. Unless you get it. The clue is not easy. How much do you intend to ask? Only half. That means 10 million silver. Yes, there is too much. So, I will refund you 2 million, mister. So hot. Buying and selling has to be bargained. No one wants to get money right away. I honestly advise you not to ask for much, because old age breaks the rope. Mr. Hoang will not I won't let you go. Oh, I've come to the water point 5 million, can you? God, I feel like buying fish and shrimp in the market. Well, each side bears half. The fixed price and also the final price. 7.5 million. I didn't give in any more. Exactly 7.5 million, not a penny short. Chugi sighed. He oppressed me too. Latong laughed. I dare not. Now, please mention the payment method. Suggestion to you. The amount of 7.5 million will be deposited in a Swiss bank. When finished, he will come to the place to withdraw. Except, however, we will instruct the bank to pay. Do 3 times, or wants to do it twice. For the first time, 1 million to spend during his time in Hong Kong. Next time 6.5 million. Why pay twice? Because we need some time to check the news. He will stay with me for a year. At the end of this time, he wanted to go wherever he wanted. Latong shook his head. I firmly refused. I provided the information, he paid for it, and ran away. Before me, some people were fooled. Sorry to tell the truth, because the truth hurts. I didn't have any prejudice that you cheated me, but sir, in this profession it is deceiving and being deceived is common. The motto of the intelligence profession is to deceive and be deceived, isn't it? You must be very thin. In my situation, you must also be sure. I gave him the news that the entire surveillance system of Mr. Hoang in the north of the Ben Hai River would be exposed, and the North Vietnamese counterattack would wipe them out within 48 hours. Mr. Hoang is no ordinary leader. Within 12 hours, Mr. Hoang will know that the seller believes it is me. Besides, the staff at Tan Son Nhut Airport will sooner or later expose me as a Filipino citizen to go to hope to survive if you stay here with him. Zhou Yi said. I understand. I understand. If you agree, I will take you to a safe place. Where? It's up to you. For example in Hanoi, or Beijing. Thousands of thanks. To be honest with you, I didn't like the regime of Mr. Mao and Mr. Ho at all. I love rum wine, love to play, spend like a king, return to Hanoi for a week, I will be 10 years older. People in Hanoi live in poverty, but for you alone, you will enjoy everything. Physical amenities, all kinds of Western wine, Chinese, if you want, 3-star Macton, premium mum champagne, or Soviet vodka. Beautiful Hong Kong woman, or leather woman white, come on, stop talking, make me salivate. A year ago, an employee of Mr. Hoang returned to Hanoi. They also promise Ed a lot of money, a lot of alcohol, a lot of girls, in the end nothing. Squeeze out the lemon juice and throw it in the trash. This foolish guy is rotting in a prison in Lai Chau. Zhou Yi smiled wryly. That means he is only willing to stay here a week. 1 week is the most. And ask for 7.5 million. Yes, please wait for me until the afternoon. I need approval from the central government. In the meantime, please make this house your own. Miss Fuang will take care of you. And what do you need? I will take care of everything. Lateng noticed that Chu Gi started calling him brother. He replied, cordially, yes. I'll probably bother you a lot. Chu Gi, open the door to call Cam Fuang. The young woman rushed over. Chu Gi ordered. She took Mr. Lateng to the room. Chu Gi raised his hand to greet Lateng and then went straight to the door. Cam Fuang invited Lateng. Tea have prepared rice. Invite him to take a bath and then have a meal. Lateng squinted one eye. Are there many dishes? Many. Grilled duck, beef cooked in sauce, steamed fish, sweet and sour fried shrimp, crab fins, abalone. The best cinnamon apricot wine. That's all. Please buy more. This food he ordered Beijing restaurant, one of the best restaurants in Hong Kong. What else do you need? Is up to you to decide. The grilled scallops are delicious. Oh, and salt roasted crabs too. No. Edo not. Loves grilled scallops and salted roasted crabs. Cam Fuang bit her lip thinking, it's strange. Or do you use snake bowl boo? Neither. Cam Fuang looked at him with a surprised attitude. Lateng smiled. For dessert, what's there? All kinds of Western cheeses. Fruits include American oranges, Australian apples and French grapes. I didn't like these. Do you have pears? Yes. Sweet. Very sweet. I like pears with a lot of juice. Yes, this pear has a lot of juice. How many? I just bought 2. Tonly need 2. Minus 2. You're the weirdest person I've ever met. No thing out of the ordinary. Because this particular type of pear always consists of 2 fruits. Said, he just looked at her huge breasts. Embarrassed, she lowered her face. Lateng lifted her chin and kissed her lightly on the lips. She stood still, her shoulders shaking. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter 7 Chapter Veal Hugi threw the newspaper on the table and greeted Lateng. Did you sleep well last night? Lateng sat down on the chair, very comfortable. Are you satisfied with Cam Fuang? K not, I will change someone else. Thank you, she is okay. Zhou Yi laughed loudly. I hard last night. He stayed up until almost 4 o'clock. You stay here for a week, you'll probably be as thin as fish sauce. Let me tell Fuang to buy ginseng for your brother. Ginseng is very good, free to stay up at night. Pausing for a minute, he continued. Come on, let's get a work. The central government has just instructed me to accept your offers for money and length of stay. You will stay here for a week. After that, you can go wherever you want. Buying a fake passport is very easy, only needing 100 United States dollars to get a good passport. Some of the consulates here are willing to provide 100% authentic passports for between $150 and $200. This I already know. I am only interested in the mode of payment. At this hour an amount equivalent to 7.5 million Vietnam has been deposited in the bank. The Canton of Switzerland, according to your terms. 1 million maybe. Withdraw first, 6.5 million left, 8 days later. Do you have any other objections? No, so, we can sit at the desk. But first, I need to give some instructions to Cam Fuang. Zhou Yi clapped his hands 3 times. The voluptuous girl appeared like a fox. He ordered, would you mind giving me a thermos of black coffee? She put the phone down on the table so no one could pick it up. She told the children downstairs to lock the gate, not to receive anyone and increase the guard in the garden. Then he turned to Lateng. First of all, ask him to narrate his biography. Our working principle is as follows. At first, you give the outline, I will study and ask detailed questions. Yes, let me begin. I was born on August 8, 1939 in Tan Chuang District, Nghe Province. I passed my primary school diploma at the district school and then went to Vinh Town to follow the high school program. At the age of 14, I joined the Kuomintang shock force of the Nghe and Nationalist Party, then worked as a liaison officer until the day of the Gi. Anchorus signed. My family immigrated to the South in 1951. My father was a civil servant, and my mother was the daughter of a landowner with a lot of land in the Nam Dan area, Tan Chuang. My grandfather was prosecuted and died. My parents escaped in time so they were not caught. In Saigon, I passed the full baccalaureate in 1957, and entered the university literature. In my second year, I dropped out of school and joined Mr. Hoang's organization. WA 1959. Where did you get your professional training? In terms of basic techniques, I was trained right here in Saigon. Office workers are trained at the police school, in private classes. Action personnel are trained in secrecy. There are 2 levels: A, for new employees, the professors and intelligence officers in B, the army. Each professor is in charge of a student, and B level, for employees who have been practicing for 18 months and established good performance. This supplementary training class is conducted by foreign professors. Most of them are U.S. police officers, FBIG, U.S. Intelligence Center, CIA, and British intelligence and counterintelligence agencies, M15, M16. According to the German method, meaning that students study separately, each student is a separate professor, and in the case of many students must study together, each class is maximum 5 people. Professors and students must wear masks, and bear fake names, fake resume. What about intermediate coaching? After 3 years, new employees are allowed to carry the number. For example, the number of Tong Van Bin, Mr. Hoang's number 1 spy, is Z28. New employees are assigned a E number. Up to the upper level, the employee is assigned a YS number. When you graduate from the middle class, you will be given the number Z. This class lasts from 6 months to 1 year. That means that if you want to be promoted to Z, you must have 4 years of good service. How? Program, location of training. Most of them are trained on Chong Strait Zero Ratsby schools in Fort Holabird and Minnesota in the United States. Achieved excellent results, so in 1961 I was sent to the US and 6 months later graduated valedictorian. In 1962, I was assigned as R1 and was parachuted north of the 17th parallel. Indeed. Know the date and month. The decree to promote R for me was signed on November 12, 1962. And I parachuted into Guizhou, Nghen, on the night of December 24, 1962, in the middle of Christmas Eve. It was cold as a special staff member of Mr. Hoang was waiting for me downstairs. Relax. I want to return to the matter of coaching. Would you mind telling me the names of the professors in the school? In Saigon, professors have fake name at Jop, Bin, Din, according to the zodiac. Students wear numbers. It from 1, 2, 3 onwards. No, numbers are randomly placed, not according to certain rules. For example, I wore the number 17, while another employee of the department was admitted, and entered the school one day with the number 285. What about professors at American spy schools? They also have pseudonyms, based on month and DC. For example, March is March, June, June, Sunday is Sunday, Tuesday is Tuesday. Then in the school there are professors called Mr. March, Mr. June, Mr. Sunday, Mr. Tuesday. Are there women? I don't train with women. Mr. Hoang has a female band, called the Secret Service, made up of all beautiful women. Tomorrow, we will talk about the organization of the Secret Service. Now, please continue. Who picked you up on the ground in Guizhou? I didn't know the na real. Meet me, he called himself D, number YS74. That means he has been active in Mr. Hoang's organization for 18 months. Yes, Aram 18 months to 3 years, the brand name YS. Then where do you go? YS74 took me through the forest to Phu Dien Chau and then to Kaojot. Kaojot in between Tan Hoa Town and Vin Town is one of a spy who landed a submarine from the 17th parallel. In the early days, I was based in Kaojot, with YS.74 as an assistant. No, he returned to Guizhou. My assistant in Kaojot is YS.32. What about his name? Edo not know. Usually I call him Uncle 4, then what? After 3 months in Kaojot, I set off to go to Samsun. At the end of 1963, I was in Hanoi. When were you summoned back to Saigon? February 1964. I went straight to Saigon by sea. By submersible. Yes. Off the coast of Samsun, near Hunne. Why were you called back? In principle, the resident director only stays for 2 years in the north. Who replaced you? Edo not know, because there is no handover ceremony. However, later on, I trusted you. I was Z.96 from Saigon to the north by plane like me, and landed in Hoa Binh. Then he was appointed as economic attaché of the South Vietnamese embassy in Van Tuong. Yes, after taking 3 months leave. In June 1964, I went to 10,000 statues. But almost half a year later, I was ordered to repatriate urgently. And in December 1964, I went to North Vietnam again. Why did you lose the post of embassy attaché? Incorrect. I was reappointed director of the embassy north of the 17th parallel for 2 reasons. First, my staff member, Z.96, was killed in a chase in Hanoi, among the staff in Saigon. In charge of the north, there is no one who understands the situation better than me. Second, I returned to Hanoi due to the demands of my profession. To be more specific, because I was able to get in touch with an important person in the Governor North Vietnam, during my stay at Van Tuong. Chu Gi stopped writing. Latung noticed that he wrote in his own shorthand, but only recorded important passages. Surely his testimony was recorded on plastic tape, and Zhou Yi only recorded it to ask for more details later. He poured him a full glass of Bacardi. Please. I want to ask a curious question. Why did you work for nearly 2 years north of the 17th parallel without being arrested? What if Colonel Abel of the GRU was active in the US for 9 years before he was arrested? America is different from North. It is easier to operate in the US because the control regime is not tight. The private has the right to travel anywhere, and at any time. The private sector is allowed to freely use radio communications equipment. These things are completely forbidden in socialist countries. The proverb has the phrase, like pot, swing like that, works behind the Iron Curtain, though difficult but easy. We carry a machine. Special communication, no other method can detect. I'm not mistaken, GRU and KGB personnel are also equipped with this machine. In terms of interface, and information gathering, we operate just like you. The wise live, the foolish die. I escaped death because I was smarter than counterintelligence. Besides that, I've had bad luck. Are you wiser than Mr. Hoang? Then you watch. Next week, I will melt like smoke, disappear into darkness. However, if you done too bad, I keep telling to break a pro nisu, hhcvinus l amobn liu enit. Phenomet willas me ibe to adish. Again, is a joke. Unless you're crazy. Besides, I'll chop you up. I'm not an idiot, you probably already know. Chu Gi laughed. Rarely do I meet a brave and funny person like you. Come on, let me empty my glass of wine. We still have a lot of work to do. Could you please tell me which North Vietnamese key man in Van Tuong has been contacted? Latung replied. First of all, I need to explain why I was sent to Eao's. Because Eao's is close to North Vietnam. Mr. Hoang's heart was to appoint a former intelligence officer in Hanoi as attaché and to serve in embassies in the neighboring countries of North Vietnam. For example, Laos, Burma, Cambodia, Hong Kong, Ceylon, India, Egypt, i.e. places where North Vietnam has its diplomatic or consular representation. Normally, North Korean intelligence officers are present in these representations. Understanding is to hold important positions. My mission, as well as that of other employees sent by Mr. Hoang, is to find ways to connect with employees North Vietnam to obtain information, documents, or persuade them to submit. The resident ambassador control at Van Tuong consists of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. What is your name? The woman is Queen Tai. All female staff members of the Secret Service have the word Queen first. The other 2 men are Phi Sun and Tan Lac. Queen Tai died, right? Must too. During a transit near the plain of jars, she was tricked into an ambush and killed. She fell in love with a lieutenant colonel in the secessionist neutral army garrisoned at King K, the capital of the Lao communist faction. Thanks to this loving lieutenant, we managed to get hold of many important documents. His unusual behavior was suspected by the separatist group, and by an investigative panel of the North Vicento K, secretly monitored. In the end, both Queen Tai and the lieutenant colonel were fatally wounded by bullets. Tell me, she due to the point of losing his life, but the officer fell in love with her and defended her against the communist counterintelligence agent. What's the lieutenant colonel's name? Lieutenant Colonel Don Lao. People, having lived in Vietnam, Sun and Tan Pham 3 Lo Fry Imvj Dynamics Vietnamese very well. What about Phi? Sun is my action assistant. Tan Lac only has administrative duties. Ms. Tai was killed on August 14, 1961. A week later Phi Sun received a document, Extract D from the files of the North Vietnamese Embassy, detailing the bloody ambush. Ah. Thought you knew that the capital of Laos only had one cinema amenities near New Market. Every Saturday afternoon we go to see it. I remember it was August 20th. The theater has just changed to a new movie, a famous detective movie. I should have gone to see it, but at the last moment, there was an express dispatch from Saigon, so Phi Sun had to go alone my car because I didn't have my own car. My car is a Mercedes 220 SE, a regular Karen Van Tuong. Phi Sun carefully locked the car and entered the theater. Singing, he left and found a package on the front bumper of the car: Benson cigarettes. This type of tobacco is very delicious, can be considered the best in the world, in Van Tuong sold very cheaply, about 20 kip a pack. When I was in Van Tuong, I used to smoke Benson. But Phi Sun hates cigarettes terribly. I thought it was a medicine package I forgot, so I didn't open it. When he returned to the embassy, he gave the pack of medicine. I shook my head, he knew it was a stranger's. The stranger opened the car, the private key to the pack of pills, so there's something important inside. Thinking explosives, I had to open it very carefully. Inside was a roll of film. Movie Minox. Number 24x36 film is usually used for amateur cameras. This film is left in an aluminum box, outside with the word, skewed gift. Opened and washed, we were startled. The document about the ambush of Ms. Tai near the Field of Jars includes 28 typed pages, fully photographed. Seeing the secret sign, I howled with joy. The words, K25, in the upper left corner indicate that this document came from the North Vietnamese Embassy. Bako K25 is the code of the intelligence ambassador in the North Vietnamese Embassy in the capital I Lao. Did you report to the ambassador? No. In communist embassies, the ambassador is usually not involved in activities intelligence operations. Buddhist the most senior figure in the party, so everything, from small to large, is reported. Otherwise, in our embassy, the ambassador is a professional diplomat. We are 0NLY responsible to Mr. Hoang, and Mr. Hoang is only responsible to the Prime Minister. The Vietnamese ambassador thought he was an economic officer, not knowing that I was the director of Mr. Hoang's spy mission. After discussing with Phi Sun, I sent a letter to Mr. Hoang, and Mr. Hoang ordered me to continue. When did you get the second reel? Exactly 1 week later, also on Saturday night, in front of the cinema. This time, I have a cardboard box ready, containing $500. Well, the money is too much, no wonder the world's eyes are dark. You dare to pay me nearly 10 million silver, $500, if you spend 80,000 Vietnamese silver is not much. Along with the silver, I attached a piece of paper with the words, "Thank you, please continue." Watching the projection, I did not see the silver package anymore, and instead was the familiar shiny yellow Benson cigarette pack. Reopen a roll of film. This roll is longer, and captures a more important document. The document concerns the contact between the North Vietnamese Embassy and the leftist neutrals living in Van Tuong. Nothing to hide, this document is worth $20,000. Because it helped us discover the Communist Tea underground organization in the Lao capital. I asked Saigon for $10,000, and Mr. Hoang accepted. Unless it is cryptocurrency, Mr. Hoang dares to pay out $10,000 to buy a roll of film, even though it is a top-secret document. Well, only the KGB prints fake silver, and we always pay real money. I forbid you to attack the KGB. As a professional intelligence officer, You also have the disease that your mother sings and praises well. This disease is very dangerous. Many people have lost their lives because of it. Don't teach morality anymore. So, don't come face to face with me. It's strange. He was hated by Mr. Hoang, and he came back to me. Perhaps he defended Mr. Hoang. I leave Mr. Hoang, agree, but this does not mean that you have the right to speak ill of him without reason. On the other hand, I am not your member yet. I sell goods, you spend money to buy, that's all, there is no relationship between us emissly related. Yes, I retract my earlier comment. Thank you. I would like to continue. Mr. Hoang agreed to let me use $10,000, but this money is paid in 2 installments, each carefully $5,000. In addition, Mr. Hoang also ordered emphatically, Ambassador Van Tuong must find out the identity of the seller of the document, and connect regularly live. Receiving instructions, I opened an investigation into the staff in the North Vietnamese embassy. This embassy consists of 30 men and women staff, living in a large building on the way from the city to the airport bottle flap. This investigation lasted 2 weeks with no results. The following Saturday night, I also went to the cinema, but when I returned, I did not receive any documents. I immediately guessed the reason because Phi Sun hid in a nearby restaurant to watch the car. Another week passed. I attended the reception at the French embassy, and when I left, I received a note in the car, just a few words, asking to stop tracking. JF it's a deal, draw a circle in red chalk on the back of the Mercedes in the morning of September 15th. From 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Thanks to this detail, I discovered the identity of the stranger. Because on the morning of September 1st, there was a military parade at Van Tuong, under the chairman's hip of the Prime Minister, with the participation of the diplomatic corps staff. From 6:30 to 10:30, I have to be on the stand of honor. Of course, there was also the North Vietnamese delegation. A female embassy employee was assigned by me to take pictures of the honor stand, especially the area reserved for the Chinese and North Vietnamese diplomatic corps. The North Vietnamese embassy staff arrived half an hour after me, when the ceremony was over. After parking, they went around the back to the stands. And one person left 10 minutes before the parade ended. This pay Van Tuong. Since I'm not sure if Tran Heap was the document seller, maybe a North Vietnamese driver parked in the honor zone. I had to use stealth photography to try again. Documents are usually put in the Karotnite, so I use infrared film offline. With a diplomatic suitcase, Mr. Hoang sent me a camera. In particular, installed under the dashboard, the photo tube is near the steering wheel. As soon as the car door is opened, the camera will shoot automatically. That night, I receive real, and the stranger took $5,000. And I discovered the secret person of Tran Heap. I want to ask you a technical detail. Where did Mr. Hoang buy this special camera? Edo not know. What kind? Minox B, Minolta 16E, Minolta 16P, Mamiya 16, Edixa 16 or Echo 8. These are very inexpensive. Most expensive Minox B, $150 degree, cheapest Minolta, $27. The camera I used that night was a Gammy 16 for almost $300 each. The Gammy camera shoots more sensitively and clearly in the dark. It uses 6.5 Li, shoots 30 times, and has special lenses 4x and 8x, which enlarge the image 4 and 8 times. Battery powered or car battery. With the battery in the car. Thank you. Please continue to talk about Tran. He's so thirsty. Please have a drink. Wine. My throat is dry. The price for a glass of orange juice is great. Let me call Miss Phuong. Note: 1R, i.e. Director Resident is a senior position in the spy industry. The position R, i.e. Director of the Embassy, is in charge of an overseas region or country. For example, Soviet Colonel Albert was the director of the embassy in the United States. This is a small camera commonly used in the intelligence profession. Z.20 Death Sentence Chapter 7 Kant. Chapter 8 Kant. A minute later, Cam Phuong wobbled and stood on the threshold. She smiled at Latung. Her voice was gentle. Can you use orange juice? Latung froze. Yes. Chu Gi commented. Cam Phuong only has a beautiful waist, but a mediocre face. Tonight, I'll bring to your room a girl twice as beautiful. You'll probably be the owner of a brothel in the future. Now, I'm doing this. The profession of providing beautiful girls for the elite in Hong Kong. It's great. Which is good, you've tasted it first. Nope. You made a big mistake. Not believing, he asked Cam Phuong. I work as a supplier of beautiful girls, but I hate pretty girls. In general, I really hate women. 'Cause I didn't like it, that's all. Maybe it's because it looks so boring. Tired of vomiting. Cam Phuong brought in a tray of refreshments. She smiled at Latang again. Latang did not smile back. He recalled the cold, rainy night on the banks of the Ben Hai River. Only a week left until the Lunar New Year. It was as dark as a buttonhole. As usual, he waited for Tran Heap on the south bank, at AQ19. Tran Heap, with the number 307, is Mr. Hoang's intelligence officer north of the 17th parallel. Crossing the Ben Hai River is the regular job of intelligence officers. Tran Heap knew well the Communist T defensive map along the north bank, so he crossed the river like going to the market. Moreover, Heap is a close friend of the Major. Fan Lo, commander of Thyroid Counterintelligence. But that night, Tran Heap was arrested. Arrested while preparing to cross the river to meet Latang. Arrested for treason, because the enemy already knows. Working with Tran Heap for a long time, he could not forget the simple lifestyle, passionate about the profession of fat lovely and humble young man. Heap was an employee of Mr. Hoang before the Anchor Agreement. After the department withdrew to the south, Heap stayed in Hanoi, hiding behind an important, the Labour Party, waiting for the opportunity to conduct intelligence activities. According to the plan, he will contact the department's shelter in Hanoi, when he has the opportunity to operate. He was employed as a reporter for the People's Daily, the official mouthpiece of the Central Committee of the. He gathered a lot of information, but could not send it to Mr. Hoang because he lost contact with the emissary. The ambassador's courier was fatally wounded during a business trip along the coast. Tran Heap was sent to Laos to report on the military and political situation. And he tried to contact Latang. Chu Gi asked. Tran Heap has been in Mr. Hoang's organization since 1950, right? No, Latang replied. Yes. At the end of 1950. After knowing the identity of the document seller, immediately reported back to Saigon. Instructions Hoang's relations hip with Tran Heap. I always keep in my car a copy of the Anthology of Mao Zedong, written by the writer. Published in Hanoi, the cover is red leather, and inside is a straw yellow handkerchief. The communication command is written on it. With secret ink. According to this secret order, Tran Heap had to meet me exactly 3 days, after receiving it, at the construction site at the front door of the Van Tuong Information Room, at 8 p.m. And Heap made an appointment. Documents Hoang, where did Tran Heap get it? In the safe of the North Vietnamese embassy. Who took it? Tran Heap right. No, Heap recruited the second member to join the service. What's his name? Ho Van, party member. Loyalist of the Indo-Chinese Communist Tea Party. Trained in Moscow, graduated from the Foreign Language School of Soviet Intelligence. Why did he betray? Partly because he hated the communist regime, the other part. For money. Through Tran Heap's intermediary, I paid over $20,000 to Ho Van. And I got 10 reals in all. Thanks to that, I blew up the entire intelligence organization of the North Vietnamese embassy in Laos. A special mission was sent up from Saigon, killing high-ranking North Vietnamese spies in turn. Ambassador Le Van Hien opened an investigation, but found no clues. Meanwhile, the servant Ho Van is summoned. Is he under suspicion? No, for the sake of simplicity, he has a close family name with Lati Suyen, the wife of Ambassador Le Van Hien, and a member of the party's Central Committee. Ambassador Le Van Hien trusted him completely, and even authorized him to investigate the matter. God, Ho Van was called back because he had severe liver disease. Maybe it's because of too much debate afraid of liver cancer. He asked to return to Hanoi for treatment. In order to protect his security, Mr. Hoang devised a plan to break up, blame an employee of the cryptography department in the North Vietnamese embassy, Tran Heat secretly killed this person, and then disguised the assassination as a suicide. Accompanied by a confession, the plan to separate cockroaches was completely successful. Hovan cured Th at Bok My Hospital from November 1964 to March 1965, he recovered. In order to continue to connect with Hovan, I was sent again to Hanoi, to control the emissary of the priesthood there. But, he was arrested. No, he was not arrested. I worked with him for exactly 3 months. Most of the classified documents of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hanoi were transferred to me and sent back to Saigon. Suddenly, he died of a heart attack. Heart attack. Are you sure? After he died. I asked family members, and they said he was sitting on a chair when he collapsed and stopped breathing. The New Times also reported in the Mooming section that Hovan lost his fortune due to heart disease. Chu Nagi's eyes suddenly scowled fiercely. He closed the notebook, stood up, voiced curtly, "Today, temporarily finished. See you tomorrow morning." Latang asked, "Can I go to the Strieto play?" "Yes. Behave to have my staff follow me. Besides, he had to pick up a room at the inn shortly. I have prepared a fake passport for you. Bank of the county in Switzerland money will be transferred to the inn." I reserved a room for him in advance at the International Inn. Out of the room, Latang met 2 men wearing shirt over pants. Looking at their bulging backs, he knew they were wearing guns. He turned to Chu Gi. "Ask him to verify, am I your ally or your prisoner?" Zhou Yi looked at them, surprised. "You asked strangely. I consider you a guest. Why do you think you're my prisoner?" Latang relaxed. "Well, if you're not a prisoner, why would your staff wear a gun in their shirt?" Chu Nagi's face was embarrassed. "They wear gun to protect your security. Thank you. I'm not a teenage girl, afraid of cowboys teasing along the road. Maybe people won't try to kill." "I agree, but I didn't believe that the 2 uncles were killed. This rice bag Rocky is enough to be a bodyguard." One name rolled his eyes. "Please keep your mouth shut. My nature is very hot-tempered." Latang sneered. "Me too. People with long backs like him, just eat a punch and lose their bones." He jumped back. Chu Gi brushed it off. "Don't be rude to guests." Latang laughs at guests. "It's okay. Please allow me to dance for a few minutes to avoid itching." As he spoke, he punched a punch. The bodyguard dodged to the side, lowering his huge hand. "He tricked you like a child." Waiting for his hand to almost touch his shoulder, he leaned over and grabbed it, pulling it back hard. He banged his head against the wall, then lay on the floor. The second guy rushed in. Latang spread his legs gently as if in a joke. He raised his forehooves to the sky. Chu Yi clapped his hands in praise. "You are brilliant. Unfortunately, he is not my employee." Latang's face is serious. "You understand that I will never work for you. By the way, also let you know, I didn't like to go with these 2. If you want, you just let them follow. As for me, I am only willing to go with Cam Fuong." Chu Gi forced a smile. "Yes, I agree with you. Cam Fuong will drive him to the inn." There were 2 other bodyguards riding in the car. Cam Fuong came out trembling, her body round in a silk out dye, sewn close to the meat. Dressing up so provocative as the same. She held his hand and gestured as intimately as a husband and wife. "Invite me to the car with you." Cam Fuong's car is a tiny Moretti convertible, painted in a cool, eye-catching color. She tied the headband around her head to keep her hair from flying and drove out of the garage. The Mercedes of 2 bodyguards lazily followed. He sat close to her, making conversation smile. "Whatever you want, just say it. I didn't expect a guy like you to flirt with girls in such a poetic way. I didn't expect it either." Unexpectedly, a person like her would be a cook in a lotus for Chu Gi. His heart is to provoke Cam Fuong. But she remained calm. The driver of the Soviet military attaché in Washington was a lieutenant colonel. A KGB officer acted as a doorman. "So, it's not unusual for you to be a lotus. Are you a member of Chu Yi?" "No." "Or are you a superior?" "Not at all. You're very secretive, of course. Didn't ask any more curious questions." "Because I didn't answer. Like you, I was trained in the intelligence school and I have been in the profession for a long time. You need comfort. Am available." Always ready. Besides, it's an honor to be loved by a handsome and polite young man like you. Suppose. Are you a sloppy and vulgar old man? Your assignment. However, I have a choice. In the past, I have flatly refused many times. This time, as soon as I heard Chu Nagi's request, immediately accepted. And I want to prolong this happy period forever. Cam Fuang drove past Carnarvon Avenue. Suddenly, Latang said, Let me down a bit. Where are you going? Chugi told me to take you to that international inn. I want to go to Nok Thatch Center, want to buy you a ring. I'm afraid Chugi will complain. Well, buy it next week. Ignore Chugi. A civilized man can't forget your special feelings last night. Cam Fuang is silent. Latang got out of the car. The Mercedes was parked behind. 2 bodyguards accompanied Latang. He casually walked over to the counter. He observed the salesman attentively. Eyes with gold-rimmed nylon sunglasses, nylon straps, a falcon pipe, a metal-handled pipe, brown, wearing a checkered red American short-sleeved shirt, collar button too. The salesman also observed him attentively. Long white S-shirt, rolled up, revealing on the left wrist an automatic Japanese Seiko watch, worn backwards. Wriggled. There was a black mark on the thumbnail. On the mouth was a freshly lit Benson cigarette, and also upside down. He asked him, "What did you buy?" He replied, "I want to find a ring. Diamond or jade?" "Diamond. From 5 to 7 Li. Yes. Please wait a minute. TWT. Close to Latang. Wrong face. Cam Fuang pulled out a cigarette and smoked it. The seller placed 3 red velvet boxes on the table. Latang picked up the ring in the middle and looked it up first. He narrowed his eyes and carefully examined his magnifying glass. Einished, he looked at the left side. Then he put down, shrugs. Everything is coal. The seller rubs his hand. Yes. We haven't cut a TA. Please give us the address, we will bring it to the hotel tonight. Cam Fuang said, "Well, thank you, we will come back another time." Latang greeted the seller, then turned around. At the door, he spotted a beautiful yellow and jade butterfly. He asked the price. $95. Latang safe again, pointed at the $100 bill, while the seller wrapped the lovely box, respectfully handing it to Cam Fuang. Climbing into the car, Latang felt strangely happy. His most difficult job during his stay in Hong Kong was completed. He just informed Mr. Hoang. This strange costume salesman is an employee of the department, whose duty. Guy. While the 2 bodyguards hurriedly started the engine, the salesman came out and looked at the car number. A minute later, he went back into the house and made a phone call. The person on the line listened to him, didn't ask questions, didn't interrupt. After he finished speaking, this person spoke up. "Thank you. I already know whose car it is." He did not need to arrange to chase anymore. Cam Fuang laughed like a child. Latang lightly. The sky in Hong Kong is as clear and high as at Nha Trang Beach on a sunny summer day. ******* 9 am the next morning. Unlike lost tea time, Chugi kept a taciturn expression when shaking hands with Latang. Accompanying him was a man with large black glasses, a square chin, a leather briefcase in his hand, and a neat suit. Entering the room, the stranger sat down on a chair. Chugi said, "Tell me, this is a special envoy from the central government." Without waiting for Latang's reply, the stranger opened his briefcase, took a stack of typed papers and placed it on the table, then said in a monotone, "I have studied your testimony. I came here to ask for a few more details." The words he said yesterday proved his sincerity. Latang stole the words. "Eat any tree, fence that tree is still my motto of action." You agree to pay a high price. I must try to sell the goods really well. Stranger, stem voice. You understand that, there is nothing better. However, you are only half honest. Well, I didn't want anyone to question my goodwill. I didn't like reckless excuses either. His testimony was recorded, without missing a doter spread. He gave many details, but these details were useless, completely useless. I hope this is not intentional. Evidence, nothing is missing. Your testimony is completely useless because you only talk about things we already know and people who have died. About the skydiving incident in Kai Chau, he said YS 74 pick up ground, and YS 82 assistance at Khao Jat. I coordinated with the Central Committee, and learned that these 2 people were killed. He had 3 core employees at Van Tuong, Ms. Queen Tai, Phai Sun and Tan Lac. Queen Tai died, Phai Sun was recalled to Saigon, Tan Lac from do this job, already in, you can't go out anymore, unless you're a junior employee, or you're expelled, like you. Tan Lac is a junior employee and won't help us. Tran Heap was also killed. What do you mean? We have to believe that. There's no way to determine whether it's wrong or right. Doubting each other is fine. I'm willing to return th. But in my position, you also have to ask questions. Besides, we need you to provide some special information, in addition to the information we already have. For example, the case of Ho Van Embassy. According to counterintelligence records, he did not die of heart disease but was assassinated. Ho Van was assassinated to preserve the secret. During my how many times have you met him in Hanoi? Twice. And Tran Heap. I met Tran Heap 3 times. What documents do they provide you with? Documents related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Psychological Organizations War, the Ministry of National Defense and secret meetings of the Central Committee of the party. Thank you for telling the truth. Tran Heap worked at the Nhan Dan newsroom. Their documents could only be related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Psychological Warfare. Why did they have documents related to the Ministry of National Defense and the Central Committee of the party? I asked. They replied that they connected some officials of the Ministry of Defense and the Central Committee. These officials are who? Ho Van did not tell me. Under my oral commitment, I am not authorized to ask him about the origin of the information. After that, he died. Did Mr. Hoang order you to find out the source of the news? No. Why didn't you ask Tran Heap? He worked on his own. Not in my system. I was only responsible for transferring documents and information that he actually collected to Saigon. The stranger smiled faintly. Mr. Hoang did not order him to retort Ho Van, and we also want to know who gave the documents to Van and Heap. Can you guess who? Spoke up. When did you return to Saigon? Latang replied. June 1965. Why did you come back? I seem to have been exposed. Hoang's express instructions. I must leave immediately. How was I exposed? Back in North Vietnam, I disguised myself as a major in the army, had all the necessary documents, and roamed freely. It didn't stay anywhere long. A week in Hanoi, a week in Thanh Hoa, a week in Vinh. That night, I walked to Home Market to meet a liaison officer. Appointment time is set at 9 o'clock. From Boho tram station went to Home Market. I knew I was being followed, so he changed my car to Khao Zay, but I was still followed. I had to give up the appointment, an early morning escape to Thanh Hoa. 4 days later, when I returned to Hanoi, I was informed that my liaison officer had been arrested. This person only knows me. It didn't know any other employees in the organization, so I had to hide south to protect the organization. The night he was captured at the 17th parallel, what did Tran Heap do when he crossed the Ben Hai River? To hand over documents on the defense SYS, in Interzone IV, including Thanh Hoa, Nghen, Ha Tin and Quang Binh provinces. That is, the Q Kim Sun area. Latang hesitated. If he wasn't strong-willed, he would be startled and pale. Because Old Kim Sun is a secret noun for Interzone IV. Knowing this noun, the enemy more or less spread the message system of Mr. Hoang in the north of Hien Luong Bridge, separating the two south and north. He tried to answer calmly, yes. Former metal paint. After returning to Saigon, I was in charge of the Old Kim Sun system. Why is Tran Heap? R.S. Ted. Mr. Hoang said there was internal treason. Z309 was shot dead while crossing the Ben Hai River because of treason. Yes. This surprised me immensely. Z309 is a police inspector, reputable and powerful in Interzone IV, and a compatriot and close friend of the chairman of the Inter-Regional Administrative Committee. Regarding the group activities, he climbed. He rose to the provincial party committee level, and was the chairman of the Viet-So Friendship Branch, the Asia Phi Solidarity Association. Every 2 months, he was sent by the regional government to inspect the People's Police units stationed in the border area. That night, he attended a party at the police headquarters, then took a dip car and said he was going to patrol around the riverbank. He still goes weak like that normally. Arriving at the rendezvous, he parked his car and prepared to cross the river. At that hour, the river water was barely knee-deep. Y was only 3 meters from shore when he was swept down by a series of submachine guns. What about the Kua Tung case? This happened exactly a week after Z309 was killed on the Ben Hai River. Z308 is an officer in the Coast Guard team. His official position was very beneficial to us because he provided maps of the coast of Interzone 1 Volt, and especially the coastal defense system of the North Vietnamese government. Thanks to the Z308, Mr. Hoang was able to transport the frogmen by submarine to the waters off Sam Son, Du Suyen, Ben Thuy, Khao Jot, and Kua Tung, releasing them ashore. Reported to have been exposed. I was ordered to pick him up off Kua Tung on a cigar tank. Under the program, 308 had to row a boat half a kilometer from the beach to get off the submarine. After waiting for him to be found, I had to swim in a rubber boat to the sand. Then I fell into an ambush. Yes. I almost lost my life. A team of coastal police was waiting for me in the Casuarina forest. Thanks to the dark, he escaped. I went out to sea, however a lieutenant in the Navy who acted as my bodyguard was mortally wounded. Z308 captured or killed. That's weird. According to professional principles, must be captured alive, never shot dead enemy spy. Because it has to be captured alive to exploit the news. Dang hey, all were killed. Do you think it's strange? In my opinion, the reason they were killed was because of fierce resistance. Tran Heap took advantage of a moment of lazy the police to commit suicide. 309 shot at the patrol officer on the north bank of Ben Hai River. 308 also struggled with the coastal police. Nearly 10 minutes before being arrested, Zhou Yi slowly raised the wine glass to his lips. The stranger stood up and ordered, "TM leaving." He continued to ask about H4 financial work. "Let me know the results this afternoon." Zhou Yi took the stranger to the door. The stranger walked straight, had a cold attitude, mixed with snobbery, did not say goodbye to Latung, nor shook hands with Chu Gi. Waiting for Chu Gi to sit down, Latung commented, "This guy is too arrogant. I didn't respect him. I would have spit in his face." Zhou Yi blurted out, "How dare you lash out at the colonel?" He a colonel? Which colonel?" Zhou Yi's face paled. "It shouldn't have been right of disclosure. However, if I didn't say it, you will know it sooner or later. It was Colonel Tu, Assistanto Bui Vin. Having been active in North Vietnam, you must know Bui Vin. Yes, Bui Vin is Phan's right-hand man. Thien, the Grey Lobster counterintelligence north of the 17th parallel. Although Colonel Tu is Bui Vin's assistant, I still can smell him. In this intelligence profession, Itis not known which cats bite and which ones. Besides, I really hate people who raise their father's voice. Well, comrade. Stop being angry and do good. In a few days, you won't have to see my face and the colonel's face. 2. With 10 million silver, he was free to spend. Looking at the clock, Chu Gi was startled, dead. It's 12 noon. We only have an hour left. Stop. Please tell me about the H4 organization. Latung said. The H4 department in the General Secret Service specializes in finance. It's actually H4869, and it's divided into 4 divisions. The H4 board, the H8 board, and the H69 board. Division H69 is in charge of administration and finance. Division H8 is in charge, as for the H4 department, which is controlled by me. I'm in charge of transferring money to 0 overseas employees. When were you appointed to be the head of the H4 department? Right after Tran Heap died at the Ben Hai riverbank. I was severely reprimanded by Van Bin, Mr. Hoang's representative. I was stripped of my R position and demoted to head of the H4 division. This committee is made up of old staff, nearing retirement age, and a few women who look after the books. Is it classified as top secret? In principle, everyone. All agencies in the Secret Service are considered secret. Board H4 is not a secret at all. Why are there 6 large safes in the office to store transfer files? How to send money. As you know, Mr. Hoang has many employees scattered around the world, especially in Southeast Asia. The monthly amount sent abroad is up to hundreds of millions of Vietnamese silver. Usually, we use US dollars as the standard. Salaries for the medical staff are paid in US dollars. Mr. Hoang has accounts at most banks in Saigon, usually banks controlled by foreigners. Therefore, we do not deal with Vietnamese banks. Noms such as Indus Tri and Trade Bank, Vietnam Phuong Tin, etc. fear offskying being exposed. On the other hand, when we need to transfer money, we deal with small banks. For example, branches of Vong Kak Bank and Dong Kin Bank in Saigon, who order the transfer. About monthly salary or business expenses of overseas ambassadors, the H69 division is in charge of management AR decision power. The special money must be ordered by Mr. Hoang's private office. In principle, Ms. Nguyen Hong, secretary of Mr. Hoang, sent an official dispatch to H69 and this board ordered me to make a check. I personally contacted the exchange. According to the order of the Prime Minister's office, all the money transfers requested by me are done immediately, without invest-tigat. For example, H69 asked me to send $10,000 via Vong Kak. Immediately asked Vong Kak Bank in Saigon to act as an intermediary, after getting permission from the exchange department. Ms. Hugh Lan holds any part in H-4, receipt of dispatch, and preparation of checks. I personally signed the check and took it to the bank. We're getting to the most important point. You sign the paycheck in person, you must know the payee's name. Would you mind telling me who these people are? I only know part of it. Most checks leave the payee's name blank. The check was sent to Ms. Nguyen Hong's room, and the recipient's name was written on it. He said he knew a number. Later, please write on paper. Yes. However, I'm afraid you can't use it. Because they all fake names. It's okay. We've got a control method. During your time on the H4 division, you were ordered to make some special transfers. 3 in all. Each case is about 4 to 5 weeks apart. And each case is called by its own name. In order, it was the Tai Phian case, the Phan Din Phung case and the Lucky Don case. Where did the money go? The Tai Phian case transferred the money to Van Tuong, Phan Din Phung through Hong Kong, and Lucky Don through Nam Van. To whom? The money Tr. Pass it on to me. Of course I wear a fake name. I personally go to the place. I met the bank manager and said I authorized someone else. When this person brings his identification, the bank will let him withdraw the money. In Van Tuong, what's your fake name? Nita, Filipino nationality. And the authorized person, Nello, also Filipino nationality. Why is Mr. Hoang's secret agent? I do not know his real name, nor his appearance. I only know that he came from abroad to Van Tuong by real passport. When he arrived, he was again bank, present a fake passport to receive money. The payee is in Hong Kong and Nam Vang or also Nello or someone else. To be honest with you, I didn't know at all. Money transfers in Hong Kong and Southern Wine are different. There, I personally received the money, rented a safe in the bank, and put it in. Mr. Hoang's secret agent came later, opened the safe and took the money. As far as I know, want to rent. Safe deposit box in the bank, must make an application, signature and photo. About you, didn't say anything, but what about the other person? Yes, to submit the photo to the bank, and so we just need to send someone to the bank. It's not as simple as you think. Neither he nor I submit DA photo, but only save the signature form and passport. Who is the cashier in Hong Kong? Sombai, Cambodian nationality. In Nam Vang, Phuong, nationality Ialao. Why not send money by diplomatic suitcase to the embassy or consulate and then hand it over to the director of the embassy for payment? This method is very dangerous. Firstly, Mr. Hoang is afraid that the resident director in Van Tuong, Hong Kong and Nam Vang will be identified every time he comes to receive money at the bank. Second, Mr. Hoang did not want the resident director to know the face and trace the secret staff's whereabouts. Third, we have no diplomatic or consular representation in Nam Vang. Fourth, we paid both in US dollars and in diamonds. About money. Money can be transferred, but for diamonds, I have to personally take it away. Where do you hide it? I put it in the drying basket. No need to hide it. Because I use a diplomatic passport. Money and diamonds. In Van Tuong, Hong Kong, Nam Vang has been taken from the bank. I didn't know, because I only go to these banks once. Stop. Next time, if I need to transfer money, I have to go to another bank. In your opinion, Ernello, Sam Bat, and Fumi, 3 people or own person? I can't tell. However, I have the impression that it is just one person. And this person is in a communist area. I think the same as you, but I can't give any concrete proof. JFTM not mistaken, the receiver money and diamonds is a senior employee at North Vietnam or China. Money and diamonds are kept in the bank so that when he escapes, he can withdraw it and use it. All intelligence agencies in the world follow this payment method. But what about the problem of fake passports? If he lived in North Vietnam or China, I didn't believe he would dare to keep a fake passport with him. Unfortunately, he could be executed. I didn't completely agree with him. Most of Mr. Hoang's employees operating north of the 17th parallel have at least 2 passports, the real one issued by local authorities, and the fake one made by Saigon. When there is a crisis, the litigant will use a fake passport to cross the border or withdraw to a safe place. How much money did you transfer? Via Van Tuong, $12,000. Hong Kong, $15,000. Nam Vang, $18,000. Total $45,000 in 3 months. When did you come to Van Tuong? Can't remember. It seems to be the first week of August. Try to remember. Because we need to know the exact date to recheck. Latang rubbed his forehead thinking. A ray of light flashed. In his mind, he popped up. Remember. August 14th. By plane in Vietnam. What hotel do you stay at? Vieng Villa Y, on No Ko Ku Main Street. When do you go to the bank? At 15. Exactly 8:30. I am at Dong Kin Bank. I'm pretending to be Mita, a Filipino journalist Nula. And Nello, he disguised himself as a businessman. When will you come to Hong Kong? 4 weeks later. On September 10th. Staying at the Vanda Inn, 3 College Road, at 9 o'clock the next morning, I went to the Bank of England. I was allowed by Mr. Hoang to stay in Hong Kong for 2 weeks and Saigon, prepare to go to Cambodia. I was present in Nam Vang on 4 to 10. Chugi stood up, thank you. Enough is enough. Latang asked, what time will we meet tomorrow? What do you ask for? Night for pleasure. Even if you die, you won't leave the habit of falling in love with girls. Women are necessary food for me. Just like every night he had to drink a cup of black coffee. Can I wake up tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning, maybe I won't come. Are you still waiting for the Central Command? Yes. Wait for the staff at the Central to finish studying your statement. And then ISW, of course. I'm tired of hearing you say that. So you hooked up with the CIA station. I believe the CIA should at least pay you $100,000. I didn't like people who talk nonsense. I like to joke. Zhou Yi walked out of the room. 2 bodyguards were on standby. He essayed loudly, the uncles take care of the guest with all the comforts. What needs to be taken care of right away? However, the guest was not allowed to go anywhere. Allow the uncles to use figs if the guest is stubborn. Latang is still sitting calmly in the chair, his legs propped up on the. He did not pay attention to Zhou Yi's bossy advice. Because he is thinking of women. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter E Chapter X Shui Lan's face paled after answering the phone. Van Bin, the Inspector General of the department, just ordered to call her. She sat for a long time in front of the typewriter. Her chest was pounding. Since working at the H4 Finance Department, not yet she was never called up to the top floor of the inspectorate. This board is responsible for inspecting and examining the department's employees at home and abroad. She heard many rumors about Van Bin. He is very polite to women. However, many times, he has shown himself equally tough. Female colleagues in the Secret Service Department reported many times when Van Bin opened fire on women, or crushed the throats of weak women. What did Van Bin call her to the office to do? Nado looked at her with lustful eyes, of course. Besides, her flat chest and thin body. Hard to fascinate an experienced and victorious man about as beautiful as Van Bin. There is only one reason, Latang. Before the day of leaving Saigon, he met her and the two confided in each other's smiles and tears. Latang revealed an important secret, Mr. Hoang's patient and wise disposition. Living to her heart's content, dying to take it away, she could not speak to Van Bin, even though she was threatened. The Inspector General's spacious room gave her chills. Her mind was so flustered that she didn't notice the provocative picture of a naked Van Bin raised his head when Hugh Lan entered. His face is as serious as a teacher preparing to punish a naughty student in class. The smile is blooming on Queen Bike's curved lips. Van Bin's female secretary suddenly died. He essayed, his voice curt, "Invite Ms. Hugh Lan to sit." She replied softly, "Hi, Mr. Normally." She still greets Van Bin with him. Except for the emaciated old general manager who was called Mr., all the staff members used informal English. As if not interested in her name, Van Bin asked, "How do you treat Latang?" She replied, timid voice, "Dear. Pretty. Dear. How many times did you meet Latang last week?" Hugh Lan discovered Van Bin's tricks. He is trying to catch her. She replied, "Once." She recalls, "I remember well." "Well, what you said is not true." Hugh Lan's face turned red. "I absolutely oppose this accusation. Besides, the few times I met Latang was my personal matter, the matter related to personal feelings, unrelated to the department, and my position in the finance department." "No, you're wrong. Doing this job, people no longer distinguish between private and public affairs. The staff in the Secret Service is also a woman like her, but all details of her love life must be reported to her superiors. They go to the cinema, or go on a date with their soulmate, having to carry a radio bell in their pocket. When headquarters call them, the bell will ring. Several times the bell rang at night, at 2, 3 a.m. Their happiness is disturbed and they dare not blame it, part of the intelligence lifestyle. TM an office worker, not an action officer. Did you forget the pledge letter? If you forget, I will read to you. I promise to be ready at any time to provide the department with all the details related to my private life, because the private life of intelligence officers is always connected with the organization's safety." Wei Lan was silent. She signed the pledge, and raised her hand to take the oath. Knowing she would give up, Van Bin continued, "How many times have you met Latang?" 3. Where? Once, we invited each other to eat in Cholan. Which store? Arc and Seal. Last Saturday night. Who pays? Latang. Second time. Where? Latang led me across Tan Thuan Bridge to cool off, Tuesday afternoon. After that, go to eat and come back to my fung to dance tonight. Also Latang paid. Yes. And then, the third time, he came to my house in Tnghe. What did Latang say to her? Hugh Lan's face was red again, but not because of anger, but because of shyness. Van Bin's voice changed to mild. "I'm not curious to find out the confided words between her and Latang. I just want to know Latang's words regarding work, and future program only." Her cheeks reddened more and more. "We talked about marriage. When is the ceremony?" "Not decided yet. Because there is one. Few obstacles." "Where is Latang going to work?" Hugh Lan lied. "Cholan. A private dealer." "How much is the monthly salary?" "Over 10,000. 10,000 is not enough to pay for alcohol. A bottle of Bacardi here is nearly 1,000 dong. Latang drinks a bottle every day. The wine alone costs 30,000. That's rum wine. And whistles. Cigarettes, opium, and play money. I want to ask her, where does Latang get the money?" Being red and pink, Hugh Lan's face skin becomes blue. She said, her voice lost its composure. "Don't know." Van Bin harshly, "As an intelligence officer, you must know. Unless, sir, I've always been loyal to the department. Thank you. In the name of Mr. Hoang, inform you that Latang has disappeared." After when Latang was released, police officers were ordered to monitor day and night. Latang was also ordered to report every 2 days at the 2nd District Station. He is not at Tran Hung Dao anymore, and was absent from 2 presentations. As far as I know, it seems that Latang has gone abroad. Listening to Van Bin speak, she was as Tang Tung said that Mr. Hoang ordered him. Van Bin again said that Latang acted shady. She was bombed to doubt everything. Better to keep quiet. Van Bin stammered. I give you 24 hours to think. If Latang has made any suspicious gestures or language in the past, please report back to me. In the event that she deliberately protected Latang, which I hope does not happen, the department has to take disciplinary action against her reluctantly. Like an infected person, Hugh Lan staggered out. She is angry when he saw Van Bin calmly sitting down on a chair, lighting a cigarette, and looked at her with cruel eyes. But thousands of fireflies flew before her. She struggled to open the door. The extreme anger welling up in her heart helped her stay healthy. Fainted. She must stand firm to save Latang, the man she loves dearly and vows to marry. A sound woke Latang up. Last night, the door of the room was closed from 10 o'clock, but it was not until early morning that the 2 of them could sleep. 6 hours of magic passed very quickly. Latang thought there were 6 minutes. Cam Fuang was tired, turned her face to the wall, and in the blink of an eye Latang's whole body ached, but the pain did not hurt him. On the contrary, he felt a heat rise in his muscles, making his visceral go crazy. Cam Fuang is still fast asleep. The thin brocade blanket had slipped from her body. The pinkish white skin is revealed in the sunlight. Through the slit of the louve into the room. On her body, Latang did not find a scar, a tooth mark, and a place of excess fat. Her wonderfully proportioned body is the result of years of proper aesthetic training. Since 10 years, every night. Also swim 2 hours. Taking advantage of the dark, she wore nothing. According to her, it was not a trick to seduce a man because the sand was deserted at night, but a natural method of making blood circulate easily in the body, especially in the chest and buttocks, the part needs to grow to the right size. The door jammed open. A bodyguard poked his head in. Seeing Cam Fuang lying naked on the bed, he clicked his tongue. Latang said seriously, "What is it?" He grimaced. "It's almost lunch but still sleeping. Last night, I stayed up too late. The intimate place tells me, no one can eat it off. Where is Cam Fuang? Except me. Don't brag. An American weighing 100 kilograms, with muscles as big as a pillar, as arrogant as him. But only here for a week is crawling, and unconditionally begging." Ha, ha, I asked Cam Fuang who lost. The bodyguard handed him the newspaper. Okay, this will be considered later. Please read newspaper, including an article about him. Later, Mr. Chu Gi came. He got up and got ready. The bodyguard came over and patted Cam Fuang's butt. She grumbled, still facing the wall, "Shut up, put people to sleep." "Wake up, ma'am." Opening her eyes to see the bodyguard, she panicked and pulled the blanket up to cover her naked body. "Who let you in?" "Mr. Chu Gi. Get out now. No one wants to look." "What that look?" Cam Fuang scowled. "Ignore me. I hate hounds like you." "Ah, you dare call me a hound? People like you are even worse than hunting dogs. Come on, are you out?" The bodyguard squirmed. "No, what are you doing?" Cam Fuang looked at Latang and asked for help. He got out of bed, elder's voice. "Uncle, close the door. And before leaving, please apologize to Miss Fuang. Don't use martial arts to bully me." "Why did you bully Miss Fuang?" Without saying a word, the bodyguard backed out. Cam Fuang burst into laughter. "Great." Latang probed her. "Are you not afraid that he will report to Chu Gi?" "Chu Yi can't do anything to me. I am a female employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." "Ah, just like Mr. Hoang's Secret Service." "That's right." Older brother. Curious question. "Pardon me. How do you feel when you have to hug a man you don't love?" "Oh, your concept is as old as Confucianism. That is normal for me. Soldiers fight with guns, I fight with my flesh. Means I didn't love anyone. Correct. When I was in school, I fell in love with a polytechnic student. We can't get married because I'm a member of the Labor Youth Union, and he belongs to the landowner class, and his parents are denounced. To be honest with you, I strongly believe in Marxism, but I cannot choose a lover dialectically. Where is he now? Underground. Is dead. Yes. Unable to marry me, he drank poison to kill himself. I intend to enter the monastery, but taking refuge is not suitable for theism. Marxists should join the counterintelligence industry, using her physical beauty to kill men. How many people have you killed? Much. No one can live with me for half a month. You rest assured. Untitled. A medical professional examined her in Moscow, and considered her a medical wonder. Nature endowed me with the talent to kill men without guns. How old are you? 25. The bust is 98 centimeters, not inferior to the atomic projection girls at Ho Li Vong. Butt is also 98. Belly 59. 1 meter 6'7". Put your shoes on. Was 1 meter 78, not to mention her hair rose to 1 meter 85. Cam Fuong threw the blanket, jumped off the bed, and so calmly entered the bathroom. She turned on the cold water and hummed a lewd song. Latang lit a cigarette and started reading the newspaper. A message at the bottom of the front page caught his attention. The content is as follows. One South Vietnamese intelligence officer fold. Less than Reuters news agency sources say that a former important South Vietnamese intelligence officer has just gone missing. This employee is Latang, who used to hold a senior position in the Overseas Action Department. The defendant has just served a 6-month prison term for defrauding and assaulting a law enforcement officer. Asked about this case, a spokesman for the Saigon Prime Minister's office refused to make a statement. At the insistence of summary, I didn't know. People see the authorities in Saigon. Gun was confused after Latang disappeared. A separate source said Latang seems to have left South Vietnam. This defection, if true, would be a major blow to intelligence agencies south of the 17th parallel. Latang dropped the newspaper on the ground with a dreamy face. Before that, Chu Yi pushed open the door. Normally, he never entered the room. Seeing him brooding, he said, "Have you read the newspaper?" Latang sighed. Yes. What do you think? I am going to Switzerland this afternoon. Switzerland. He's so naive. Go to Kaidak Airport. They will stop you. I believe Mr. Hoang has been in contact with British counterintelligence in Hong Kong. Is there any way you can help me? I am very willing, but because you refused, I have not thought of another way. You want to take me to the other side of the Iron Curtain. I am not satisfied to hear you call the socialist countries beyond the Iron Curtain. Oh, that's a common noun from a long time ago. Already, the reason I didn't want to, because you were not familiar. The North Vietnamese counterintelligence agents will find a way to harm me. People only harmed you while you were still controlling a spy organization north of the 17th parallel. Even during that time they only harmed you when you refuse in any case now. What harm do you do because you have turned into an enemy of Mr. Hoang? Are you willing? Besides, he had no other way out. Police and counterintelligence from Western countries will arrest them and bring him back to Saigon. I contacted Hanoi. They were willing to let him hide for a while. After that, you want to go where you want. J'agree with one condition. Zhou Yi pulled out a cigarette and smoked. I would like to hear. Latang said. Conditions are very easy. Please transfer the remaining 6.5 million to Switzerland before I leave for Hanoi. Okay. Today, you will know the news. Cam Fuong finished putting on her clothes and came out shivering. Zhou Yi grimaced. You look more and more beautiful every day, making me salivate. Cam Fuong chirped. Invite him naturally. Chu Gi waved his hand, saying that, but I didn't dare. Latang tied his back to a kimono. I went out with. Can Cam Fuong. Zhou Yizamiled. During the day, you shouldn't show your face. And at night, I didn't keep it. Why did you ban it yesterday? Another yesterday. I'm not getting anything from you. I am afraid you'll change your mind. But from this moment on, I know you can't change your mind. You're ugly, not as good as you. He was the first T-man to subdue Ms. Fuong. Cam Fuong burst out laughing. Latang asked, when do I go? Zhou Yi replied, hopefully tonight. By submarine. No, we cross the border into mainland China. From there, take a plane from Hanoi to Hanoi. Well, hello. I wish you a lot of fun with the beauty. Cam Phuong grabbed Latung's hand and pulled him close. Normally, men instigate women, but this time Cam Phuong took the initiative. Zhou Yi clapped his shoes to the corridor. Cam Phuong closed her eyes and opened her mouth to Latung. Kiss me, brother. We re far away tonight. Zhetung had lived for a long time in Hanoi after the Geneva Agreement to command Hoang's intelligence organization, so he was used to the towering flagpoles, the loud loudspeakers. Day and night, and the portrait of a letter as big as a tall mat looking down at a group of people dressed in gloomy, sweaty clothes, walking on the sidewalk as if being chased by ghosts. However, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Perhaps this is the first time he came to Hanoi by the front door, by Gia Lam Airport, on the transport plane Hai Yutsen 17. This plane can carry 66 passengers. Bootle is the only passenger, among a group of taciturn bodyguards, wearing submachine guns. THRT on the flight from mainland China to Hanoi, Chu Gi didn't say a word. Latung leaned against the wall of the plane trying to sleep. He needs sleep to cope with the lengthy and annoying interrogation of Communist T counterintelligence agents. A massive ZIL picked him up at the airport. He was convinced that he was taken to the city center, to contact the counterintelligence leaders. But the driver drove the car along the empty roads, straight into Ha Dong. Close to town. Ha Dong, the ZIL car turned into a vast camp. A pretty young woman, again a woman, opened the car door, invited Latung down, then cordially took him by the hand and led him into the living room, decorated in the old style. The young woman stepped aside, allowing him to enter the bedroom, a dignified room with all modern amenities, from the low bed, the white sheets, to the quiet Marelli ceiling fan. And the room, fragrant bath with women's perfume. The young woman pulled out a chair for him to sit on, then said, "You must be very tired. I was sent by my superiors to take care of you. Please sit and think. My name is Nung. Huyen Nung. Take a very hot bath and you'll be fine. I will give you a massage." Although tired, Latung suddenly felt excited. He watched the Vong woman from head to toe. She is not much better than Cam Phuong in Hong Kong. Her skin was not as white, but her skin was rosy, tanned, and suited her plump face, wide eyes, short hair, long legs, and firm breasts. She wore a light blue, tailored gown, like a nurse in a Western hospital. Without waiting for his reply, she hurried into the bathroom and turned on the water. 5 minutes later, she came back, her voice lovingly, "Please take off your clothes." Stubborn like Latung but also ashamed of the whole person. He did not expect this dangerous adventure to be painted. Score equal to magical moments with beautiful women. Unconsciously, not thinking about Van Bin. His role will be Van Bin, the guy most amorous of the Secret Service, hungry for saliva. Latung gave Huyen Nung a shirt to hang on a hook. His fingers went numb as he touched the button of his pants. He was no longer a teenager who had just met a woman for the first time. Huyen Nung is no longer a virgin, so Thad is shy and embarrassed. Perhaps he was timid because it happened so suddenly. During his operation north of the 17th parallel, Latung had heard a lot about the ME Reception Center, dedicated to Western intelligence agents caught wanting to cooperate. Buddha did not expect the women's goods to be full enough and delicious too. Position. Huyen Nung quickly pulled out this belt, her voice chirpy like a girl's 80. "Oh, changing clothes to take a bath but also embarrassed. Let me undress for you." Latung clicked his tongue. Story. Shame is right. If you set the example first, I'll take it all off in under a minute. Huyen Nung burst out laughing. "Oh my god, I thought what boot it's so easy. Besides, I'll take it off after you, and take it off much faster than you. Here it takes you a minute, which means 60 seconds. I think it takes a second, exactly a second, nothing more, but in the atomic age, as slow as you are, you will soon lose your life." With a sound of Buddha, the blue tight-fitting robe was pulled from her body and fell to the ground. Latung widened his eyes and stood still. Earlier, he had guessed wrong. Nude, she is much sexier than Cam Phuong. Her volcanic curves are real 100%. He blurted out, "Your body is so beautiful." Huyen Nung puffed out her chest for him to see. "Why do you call me Aunt?" "Yes, call me I can't either. So want to call by what? By myself. I drove you crazy. What are you waiting for without hugging me? Huyen Nung hugged Latang tightly, deliberately rubbed her great chest against his cheek, then turned her face to wait for a kiss. Of course, Latang is not as timid as before. He helped her down to the long table, but she removed it, reproachfully. Relax. When I was a child, my mother used to make me wash up before eating. I didn't like dirty. Besides, there are more interesting private rooms out there. He is very greedy. His personality is hot as fire. When the stone statue saw me, I was also helpless, let alone a flesh and blood person like you. Am ready for you. You can ask any time. Morning, noon, afternoon, night, anytime, howex. With my superiors. You're so smart. I really hate stupid men. Goodwill is the only condition for me to give myself to you. After all, my superior is also my superior. Older brother. Our superiors forgot one important thing. Love is not like a gun, reload is shoot. Love must to the sympathy of the soul, before leading to the sympathy of the flesh. He doesn't like petty love. If you don't like it, what are you forcing me to do? Come on, let me get dressed. Latang stiffened his throat. Huyen Nung proved to be taller than him. She read his mood as clearly as the picture on the screen. Although he knew that she was in love with the above orders, he was still infatuated. Huyen Nung chewed his cheek, his voice hoarse. Have you given up yet? The colonel is coming. Fix compose quickly lest you not make it in time. Latang pretended to look at her surprised. Colonel Bui Vin. Must too. When you're done, you're free to hum. Bui Vin arrived at the camp at 9 p.m. Latang is no stranger to him, but this is the head meets in the flesh, in the flesh. In the past, he only knew him in pictures. Before the day he left Saigon, he had received Van Bin specifically about Bui Vin and Phan Thien. Colonel Bui Vin is the right-hand man of Phan Thien, the North Vietnamese counterintelligence boss. Mr. Hoang has dozens of pictures of Bui Vin, lying, sitting, standing, wearing bathing suits on the beach, wearing evening clothes in an inn in Hanoi. But in the picture, Bui Vin is completely different from the outside. In the picture, he has a bony face, a tall and thin body, and a serious smile. In fact, he was tall, but his cheeks were puffy, and his smile was more sinister than serious. Looking at him, Latang was startled. Perhaps the photos in Mr. Hoang's profile were taken a long time ago. Thus, Mr. Hoang may be mistaken. In espionage, 1 mile wrong, 1 mile away. Suddenly, he immediately snored, and began to doubt. Doubts about Mr. Hoang's plan. This strange plan was dubbed the aura. Standing in front of the aura, people are often blind. Mr. Hoang arranged the humiliation scheme, so that Latang fell into the enemy's trap in Saigon. Latang will turn into a halo area that will make the key agents of Hanoi's newspaper blind and then purge each other. The most dangerous person that Mr. Hoang wants to eliminate first is Phan Thien. Opposite Bui Vin, Latang vividly recalls the tiny typed lines in the halo file that Hoang gave him poison, before carefully storing it in a solid safe. One of the taboos in espionage is internal competition. Jealousy between professional intelligence officers led by Admiral Canaris and Nazi intelligence agents under Himmler during World War severely crippled many overseas operations. This situation is happening in the counterintelligence apparatus in North Vietnam. Based on authentic documents. With careful control, this machine is considered quite effective. The director of counterintelligence is Phan Thien. He commanded a large-scale counterintelligence system from the north bank of the 17th parallel to the Sino-Vietnamese border. He also installed antennas in many capitals around the world, especially in Southeast Asia. Phan Thien is a professional counterintelligence officer, coming from the Federal Security Service, Sûreté Fédérale, and the History Department, Bureau Historique, the French counterintelligence agency in Indochina after World War H. The Vietnam-France War broke out in December 1946. Phan Thien had close contact with the Secret Service agents Le Gion and Phan Trong Tuesday, but were assigned to stay in Hanoi, continuing to serve in the French security services. Thanks to the effective and faithful cooperation of Phan Thien, Viet Minh's inner-city facilities were solidly protected. Until near the Geneva Agreement in 1954, Phan Thien's dangerous dual role was revealed. He fled to Viet Bac, worked as an advisor to Tran Quoc Hon, and later became the Ministère of Public Security. He was sent to Moscow for advanced training. And after 2 years in Na So, Phan Thien graduated from the following spy universities: Secret Spy School 1, Sabotage School 2, Philly Spy School 3. After that, Phan Thien returned to Uncle Ho, studying for 6 months at the Advanced Counterintelligence Technical School on the outskirts of Shanghai. In 1957, he returned home and was appointed Director of Counterintelligence. In fact, Phan Thien does not hold the position of director, and the Department of Counterintelligence does not have an official name. Activities: counterintelligence was hidden in the reception case, under the Prime Minister's palace. And Phan Thien held only a trivial position as Deputy Director of the Front Office. However, Phan Thien's power was great. His repatriation has brought our intelligence facilities to a standstill. In 1960, Phan Thien was appointed to the Central Committee of the party as an alternate member, along with Nguyen Hu Q, former director of Interzone IV Police during the Resistance War. In 1962, Bui Vin was seconded from the general headquarters through the ceremony to work as an assistant to Phan Thien. In contrast to Phan Thien, a pure espionage expert, comes from the urban petty bourgeoisie. He passed the French baccalaureate, the math department. His father was a consultant to the Governor-General. His grandfather was a mandarin in the South. Dynasty Cologne belonged to the complete proletariat. Bui Vin joined the National Guard before the outbreak of the Resistance War. Born in Quang Binh, from the same country as an alternate member of the party Central Committee, Nguyen Hu Q, his parents were poor farmers, and as a child, he had to raise buffaloes. After joining the army, Bui Vin was able to study. Having an unusually intelligent personality, after 2 years of being illiterate, he graduated from primary school. 2 years later, he gra. In 1946, he was just a private. In 1948, he was promoted to second lieutenant in the battle in Inter-Region 5 in 1950. Attending the battle in Sao Bac Lang, Bui Vin wore the can of captain. In 1954, he commanded a battalion determined to die in the valley of the Dien Bien Basin. His battalion was killed 9/10 but completed the mission. And he was promoted to major. Thanks to his class composition, he leveled up very quickly. In 1961, he was promoted to colonel. A source according to reliable sources, he was recommended by the Ministry of Defense to the Presidential Palace to be promoted to Major General. In terms of espionage expertise, Bui Vin is still average, if not elementary. He has never been active in espionage. He just attended a high-level S-speed of the General Command, and has never been replenished abroad. As for espionage, Bui Vin has just reached the probationary level. The reason he was seconded over the reception was purely political in Natu. Bui Vin replaces Phan Thien. Our organization will operate more easily, at least for now. Therefore, our urgent task is to find ways to eliminate the Director of Counterintelligence Phan Thien. This elimination plan is fraught with difficulties. Phan Thien is an alternate member of the party Central Committee. If let him become as a real commissioner and in charge of the entire Northern intelligence system, we will have to spend a lot of money and personnel. At first, we planned to assassinate Phan Thien. The assassination failed because Phan Thien arranged a very careful defense. Twice our staff infiltrated his agency, both times were exposed. Besides, assassination is not as beneficial as purge. Since Phan Thien was assassinated, another Phan Thien will be appointed to replace him. In the apparatus of North Vietnamese espionage, be full capabilities. The ideal solution is to eliminate Phan Thien by bringing him in. We will create fake evidence to help Bui Vin accused Phan Thien. The party Central Committee will have to purge Phan Thien for treason. After Phan Thien is purged, the party Central Committee will no longer dare to appoint pure specialists to high-ranking positions, and of course Colonel Bui Vin will take over. Another natural consequence is that experts pure members of the spy apparatus will be replaced by loyal party members. The politicization of espionage will reduce the effectiveness level, helping us to step up our activities. The following is the profile and life profile of Phan Thien and Bui Vin. Latang looked at Bui Vin as if hypnotized. Bui Vin quietly sat down sofa, puffy mouth of a fragrant cigar. He did not catch Latang's hand. Nor did he say hello. He did not invite him to sit. Bui Vin opened with a threatening sentence. Latang. He is nothingnest. Latang blinked, his face bewildered. Bui Vin snatched the words, bossy voice. Leave me alone. He is nothingnest. Latang, you can't hide from me. Latang feels like the ceiling is collapsing. The ceiling is drooping down and crushed him. Simultaneously crushed the aura plan which Mr. Hoang spent a lot of time preparing. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter X Chapter 10 Burning Cigarettes annoyed Nguyen Bien. Although addicted to cigarettes 2 packs a day, a pack of Chesterfield at home, a pack of bowls on the street, he hated the smell of burning. So his ashtray is always filled with water. Needing water, cigarette butts must be extinguished. I didn't understand why Nguyen Bien forgot to pour water today. Maybe he was busy thinking. Indeed, all afternoon until now, he sat as still as a stone in an armchair, looking over the balcony down to the street. He looked down the street but saw nothing, heard nothing. Pham Ngu Lao Street, behind the bus station, is often the busiest area in Saigon, day and night, especially when it's about to get dark. Hundreds of vehicles of all kinds, one after another, a giant bus that spews black smoke, a trumpet car, a fancy car, a bicycle, a rickshaw, and a rickshaw. Kong. Nguyen Bien only sees endless space. Against the sunset ski, gray clouds are turning purple. Suddenly, Nguyen Bien feels strangely empty. On the table, 2 newspapers were still sprawled under the 60 light, so they were bright. Living newspaper, and JEO Francophone. Nguyen Bien reads and rereads many times, so he memorizes the articles posted on the following page. The first paperback was published in the live newspaper as follows. Pham 2 from Hugh must return immediately. Mother is in severe pain. Oldest brother. Pham Than. And the second poster was published in the JEO newspaper. Marie, since the day you left, I have cried day and night. Let me go home. You will forget the past. My lover. Paul. In Vietnam, people like Pham 2 are not rare, but Pham 2 and Paul here are only in the imagination of Nguyen Bien, director of the North Vietnamese spy mission in Saigon. These docile scorpions will arrive at the spy office during the reception 4 days later. Its instructions have not yet been received. Every night, at exactly 8:30, must be on duty by the radio to listen to the sound of Hanoi radio station. He did not understand why Hanoi forced to suspend all communications by radio and institute. The excuse was that Saigon counterintelligence was active. Nguyen Bien mumbled. That is considered effective. Clearly the soulless broken divinity. His heart. Nguyen Bien despised Mr. Hoang's organization. He arranged for Latang to leave Saigon easily and leisurely. Climb a plane at Tan Son Nyat, in front of the police and counterintelligence. When he returns, he will report in detail to Colonel Bui Vin. Colonel Bui Vin. A brave, wise and brave soldier. Strategy, leveling up as fast as a galloping horse, a hopeful part of the spy machine. According to the program, Nguyen Bien had to stay in the south for another 2 years. Another 24 long months of registration. He has been away from his family for a long time. 4 times a year, his wife and children send a letter. Correspondence is written on wrapping paper with chemical ink, or photographed on television film. For a long time, he could not smell Nyan coffee again in Khao Go, near Hon Kiem Lake. His house is on Khao Go Street, behind Nyan Coffee Shop, the most famous in Hanoi. Waking up in the morning, he sat alone in the dark, his nose wide open, inhaling the special scent of filter coffee into his lungs. At night before going to bed, he did not forget to enjoy the taste of coffee. Many nights, he made love to his wife in an atmosphere filled with the unique smell of coffee. Coffee has become part of his life. When he was a child, he lived in a coffee plantation, the best coffee, near Phu Lang Phuong. Growing up, he was horribly addicted to coffee. The smell of coffee from the restaurant next door burst into his nose, pulling Nguyen Bien back to reality. After Latang fell into a trap, He must have left the house on Nguyen Van Jai Street and moved to this towering attic. Nguyen Bien was startled. The pendulum clock on the wall struck 8 o'clock. In 5 minutes, the familiar voice of Hanoi radio will resound. In the special American Zenith 3000-1 radio set on the table. North Vietnamese spy agents operating in Southeast Asia often using a Zenith radio receiver. Its sound is clear, and clear, its shortwave tapes can be used to listen to electricity. In addition, FM tapes can be turned into radio. The news of Hanoi radio began. The girl spoke with a twist. Her voice was as sore as vinegar. If she was near Nguyen Bien, she had to screw her head down and kiss her. Nguyen Bien's ears perked up. The voice hummed from inside the machine. The river has a section, people sometimes. Without the owner, chickens play with shrimps. Nguyen Bien huffed and turned off the phone. The Central directive has arrived after 3 days of waiting. But Central had a completely confusing attitude. Previously ordered to suspend operations for a while, now he has completely changed his focus to the La case. Tongue. The river has a section, people sometimes. Absent the owner, chickens play with shrimps. That means received in the newspaper, asked to continue working, at exactly 8:30 tonight. The central government will send instructions by radio on the regular frequency. Nguyen Bien quietly lit a cig. Suck. Time passed slowly. He put his feet in the table and took a sip of strong coffee. With a relaxed posture, he put a stethoscope in his ear, scribbled notes off secrete electricity. Tat-tay, tac-tay. The radio station of the South Vietnamese counterintelligence also overheard this telegram, and recorded it on tape. However, they could not understand the meaning. They also do not know who the recipient is. This method of communication, the professional noun of espionage, is called one-way communication. The telegram was exactly 3 minutes long. Nguyen Bien filled a page of paper. He glanced at it for a minute, exhaled cigarette smoke on the table, then lowered under the soot lamp he smelt. Nguyen Bien finished smoking his 5th cigarette. The telegram was translated. The content shocked him. The director sent the KC resident ambassador. Received a report of temporary suspension of activities published in the daily newspaper Live and Journal de Extreme Orient in the form of a copy. Sincere praise. Latong has come to a peaceful place. Request the ambassador to carry out the following urgent instructions. Contact Queen Bitch immediately to obtain more documents, and news related to Latong case. Must be discovered. Secret Service response to Latong's absence. BGET more documents and information about the H4 department in the General Secret Service, especially learn about the department's money transfer procedures. Report it quickly by Central Radio. D. This is the last job of the KC. Ambassador. The ambassador will then be summoned. Attempt to execute the directee secret. However, in the event of force majeure, it is possible to disregard security, as long as results are achieved within a short time. A radio communication according to the usual schedule. KFS cipher, and KBN. Central S staff will be on duty every night from 0 to 5 a.m. to contact the resident KC. Nguyen Bien sat for a long time in the chair. Most of the subordinates in Saigon were absent. He had to work alone. His face contorted, in anger. Superintendent. The governor at the central government gave orders very easily, because just ring the bell and call the secretary. Shorthand, a girl with a flat stomach, round butt, wide breasts, and move the note down to the secretroom. The central government could not understand his terrible difficulties in Saigon, with the large-scale counterintelligence machine. Nguyen Bien shrugged and prepared to turn off the lig suddenly. His line bumped into a stack of newspapers on the sideboard. At dusk, the old woman selling newspapers at the top of the street brought it up, but he forgot to read it. Although he has a lot of money, he only dares to rent newspapers, 10 dong a day, reading all 20 papers. He needs people to think he's an old, single aku, bring private books home and work hard at night, with a living wage. The picture on the front page of Coyet Tien made Nguyen Bien pause. It was a picture of Latong. Nguyen Bien grabbed the newspaper and spread it on the table. A 4-column bold headline reads, "The Prime Minister's office corrects a false news. Latong is not a former intelligence officer." Latang is still in Saigon. Below is the content, accompanied by a photo of Latang, a thin, emaciated and sad Latang. The Saigon Prime Minister's office has just corrected today a false source of information was published in the foreign press, and the domestic press, according to which an important former South Vietnamese intelligence officer has just disappeared, and may have been abroad. Answer your questions, journalist. A spokesman for the Prime Minister's office stated that the South Vietnamese intelligence agencies did not have any staff named Latang. Also, according to this spokesman, perhaps the press was mistaken for Latang, a mid-level administrative worker, has just returned from prison for 6 months defrauding and assaulting law enforcement officers. After his release, Latang remained in Saigon. The litigant has just filed a petition with the government to protest against the press release of false information. On the other hand, Latang's lawyer said that he will reserve the right to prosecute in this case. Nguyen Bien threw the newspaper on the attic floor, bursting into laughter. He laughed louder when he saw that all the newspapers were reporting on Latang. Then he lit a battet, nodding to himself, dry-toed. Why did the journalist not interview Nguyen Bien? Fiend, the Saigon secret agents will die in the same hole. Nguyen Bien was optimistic. Excessively. At that time, Secret Service agents under Mr. Hoang were still active. Reports sent from Hong Kong lay flat on the table. The salesman in the Nok Thatch Center, on Carnarvon Avenue, dressed in strange clothes, wearing erotic glasses, a falcon pipe in his mouth, a checkered red short-sleeved shirt. With 2 buttons on the collar, it was announced that Latang was leaving Hong Kong for Hanoi. The general manager rubs his hands enthusiastically. This time was considered an exception, so Latang's presence in Hanoi was not informed by him to the department's organization north of the 17th parallel. Plan MA-15. The glory has reached the most difficult part. Latang needs to work alone. Latang will receive indirect help from the department. Help by opening a new trap in Saigon. Therefore, Van Bin closely followed Queen Bitch. While Nguyen Bien slowly left the attic on Pham Ngu Lao Street to immerse himself in the capital at night, at the corner of Mac Din Kai Nguyen Du streets, soft music filled Queen Bike's bedroom. Queen Bitch, female agent of the Secret Service, secretary of Inspector General Van Bin. The girl was as slim as a willow, but dazzled men with her round butt, and extremely enlarged breasts, half exposed, under a tight white dress. Open shoulder, so open that the tailor had to shake his head, stick out his tongue. That night, Queen Bitch inaugurated a new shirt. The most daring off-the-shoulder shirt in Saigon. The nude was perhaps less provocative than the off-the-shoulder top, for her rosy white skin was easily flaunted, especially showing off 2 chubby and curvaceous pairs. She was lying on the couch, her chest slightly tilted, just for Van Bin to admire. Her shirt was fastened with buttons, only a slight pull to slip off, and Van Bin knew well that she was not wearing anything inside. His temples burned, his veins throbbed, he wanted to turn off the last light in the room, and swoop down on the rubber-lined couch, which sucked like silk, but struggled with breaking. Queen Bitch is so beautiful. Queen Bitch is really sexy. She was a whiskey mixed with crushed ice placed on a golden tray, brought to his mouth. In fact, the mouth of the traveler wandering for many days in the vast burning desert. He just stretched out his hand and everything belonged to him. And she also waited for a demanding gesture from him. But he did not dare. He is not afraid that Queen Bike's charming beauty will darken his eyes, forgot the mission. In his life, he has embraced more attractive bodies than Queen Bitch, and many times he left without regret, many times he was indifferent when the beauty writhed in a pool of blood. He was timid because he was afraid that Queen Bitch would soften his enemy member. Long ago, she stole documents from his office and gave them to Pham Hue and Nguyen Bien. He had turned a blind eye to her treasonous work. Moreover, by order of Mr. Hoang, he encouraged her to go deeper in the path of betrayal. He began to worry because Queen Bitch loved him sincerely. If he loves to repay her earnestly, she will confess all of her sins. At that time, Mr. Hoang's plan will fail. Queen Bitch look. Man with passionate eyes. In the afternoon, she invited Van Bin to his room. Usually, the two close the door in the bedroom, then at 10 o'clock they go to the dance hall to dance until 2 a.m. He took her to his room, and slept with her until momming. Below lights, Van Bin is strangely handsome. Big, bright eyes, full of determination, an attractive and sincere smile, round, muscular shoulders. Closing her eyes, she still saw him. Covering her ears, she could still hear his lovely comforting voice. She blurted out, "Van Bin." He kissed her lightly on the lips. The scent of Ventfort perfume is fragrant. "I call you like a child. Within 10 minutes, I called you 5 times in total. Called but didn't say anything." Queen bitch sighed. "They've something to confess to you." It didn't calm down well. Van Bin would have turned pale. The tender moment of the eternal woman has come. He then smiled. Missing pages 102,111. It seems that he can read her mind. Nguyen Bien must be. It must be Nguyen Bien, the director of the KC residence of the king. Don't be shy. I just drive on the dark road. I am very upright. And if I'm not mistaken, my employees are also very decent. According to the directive, any act of groping is severely punished. Did my staff make you unhappy? She replied. No. However, he is too dry if not cruel. I didn't want to see him again. Yes, I'll see you from now on. Honestly, I'm bored. I'd rather be afraid. Sooner or later, my role will be revealed. I hope you will let me G0. You use the wrong word. You are not a prisoner to let us loose. We work together to do one great thing. Well, knowing you were busy, I dare not keep you long. I should have waited for her to publish the ad in the newspaper, as scheduled, so that I could receive the documents, but the above order wanted her to immediately provide all documents related to the Latong case. I only have one film. What film? About an internal order of Inspector General Tong Van Bin. Order signed today, sent to H4 staff. The content includes only one copy as per custom, that is, just typed each one without using carbon paper. I personally brought it to the H4 staff to read, and then brought it home and kept it in the color cabinet. What is the internal order about? As I said, about Latong. The Inspector General ordered all H4 personnel not to reveal that Latong was the head of the department. Anyone who disobeys ort. Severe punishment. How did you take the picture? Because I'm a typist, and also a scribe. Are you alone with the correction of the Deputy Prime Minister? Yes. What's your opinion? They've no idea. Human. My staff member reported that she cooperated only reluctantly, showing no interest. Again, you need to know that your family in Tanwa is completely in your cooperation. TM bored. Everyone is bored with this job, not just you. Bored but can't quit. We only bothering you this time. What do you think about the correction published in the newspaper? Yesterday, I was typing in my room when I heard Inspector General Van Bin phoned Viet News Agency to ask about the correction. The director of Viet News Agency replied that this article had been printed in the Vietnamese language news in the morning, and the newspapers would publish it during the day. The newspapers published this afternoon all announced Latong on the front page. You must have read it. Take it easy, I need a few more details. Intelligence information should be clear, if possible, including the date and time. What time did Van Bin call? Around 5 p.m. Why do you remember it was 5 p.m.? Because Van Bin asked me to go to the cinema in the evening. After that, I looked at my watch and Van Bin dialed the phone. Who provided Latong's photo to the newspapers, I didn't know. Reading below, I saw the words Saigon. Community photo. Is this organization controlled by Mr. Hoang? No, this is privately owned. Of photographers who put together, sell photos to press. Why did they have a picture of Latong? Last year, Latong was in court. Thank you. Do you know why the Prime Minister's office had to correct it? I didn't know. The car came to Phan Dinh Phung Avenue. Light the lights of busy restaurants in the middle of Dinh Tien Hoang Street bounce back. Queen bitch can clearly see Nguyen Bien's face. She saw that his mouth was pursed, in tormented thought. He turned onto Phan K Bin Street, one of the dark alleys of the Saigon Citadel. Nguyen Bien's way of driving slowly, calmly, and respecting traffic rules proves that he has been in Saigon for a long time, or has been trained carefully. Slowing down his pace, he changed to another topic. Now I want to ask about Miss Hugh Lan. How is she with Hugh Lan? She let loose. Not very close. Hugh Lan is Latung's lover, isn't she? Yes, you two are getting married. In which department does Hugh Lan work? Hugh.4. In charge of finance, yes. Attitude of how is Hugh Lan in the Latung case? I didn't know. However, found them to be deeply in love with each other. After being discovered, Latung always met Hugh Lan. Where is Latung now? I didn't know. In your opinion, is Latung really missing? I didn't know. Queen Bike's answer make Nguyen Bien feel secure. She did not leave Saigon. He then asked a wise question. Hugh Lan is a Secret Service agent, why does Mr. travel with Latung? Queen Bitch shook her head. I didn't understand why. 2 days ago, Hugh Lan was called to the Inspector General's office. Van Bin, yes. Inspector General Van Bin. I was in the Inspector General's office at that time. Hugh Lan was persecuted about her intimate relations with Latung. At first, she didn't say it, but because Van Bin threatened, how to threaten, will use discipline. Means assassination, no. The assassination never happened. Disciplinary employees are often dismissed, demoted or sent to a military court, or sent away for a period of what? Details of each meeting. The elders meet in a closed room. Yes. The two met, not for the purpose of falling in love. Therefore, I was a bit surprised at Van Bin's unreasonable curiosity. Is not unreasonable, ma'am. Curiosity is one of the essential qualities of a spy. Did Hugh Lan reveal anything interesting? No, Van Bin gave her 24 hours to think. Past this time limit, she must report every move of Latung to Van Bin. This time limit has expired. How did Hugh Lan testify? I didn't see her coming to my office anymore. Why don't you ask her? Or ask Inspector General Van Bin. I thought this was a trivial matter, so I didn't care. Because you made me think. Pity. Would you mind asking Van Bin well tomorrow? Afraid. Go nowhere. JF Van Bin comes out. It's miserable. She will choose the words to ask. Besides, you should ask when he's very emotional. God. I can turn into a robot. I can take advantage of Van Bin's love. Are you in love already? Yes. At first, she committed to falling in love only because of the demands of her job. I thought so, but the deeper I went, the more difficult it was, completely difficult. Van Bin also sincerely loves me. She's so dumb. JF we asked her to poison Van Bin, or get information harmful to Van Bin, she would be right to refuse. Because accepting is against the lover. But in this case, her lover was not armed, nothing was lost. Have you thought of it yet? Queen Bitch was silent. Nguyen Bien continued. I understand your heart very well. Her timidity was just a natural reaction of every woman. She is loyal. With duty, but tormented by love. In fact, she deserves praise, not criticism. Her family back home would be proud of her. Tonight, think carefully, and then meet with Van Bin at noon tomorrow. Experience shows that no man on earth can still keep his sanity while having sex with a beauty. You'll find a way to stroke him, stimulate him, then. TM not a whore. Sorry ma'am, I never had such a shameful thought. But, Miss Queen Bitch, a woman can only be called a whore if she sells her body for money. Using a beautiful body to serve a noble purpose is a benefactor of the country. I dare not insist, because it is her own right. However, I just want you to think about the big picture, think about your mother, your brothers. Once again, people bring the family out to catch up. And as always, Queen Bitch gave up. Z.26 Death Sentence Chapter X Kant. Chapter 10 Kant. He runs a little on Tran Quang Kai Street, near Hai Ba Trung Junction. Nguyen Bien drove to the left, his voice suddenly changed. Van Bin was just in your room, wasn't he? Face red, she replied, yes. The shirt should have been given to you before the lights went out. Room, but I didn't want to ruin your fun. I waited for it to finish before I rang the bell. Turns out he hid. Outside the stairs. Incorrect. I live down the street, more than 100 from Yo Ruler. Because there is no need to hide outside the stairs to hear the voices in the room. I have very good hearing. Electronic earplugs. $500. Bought in Hong Kong. Nguyen Bien opened the dashboard, took out a square box, and said, proudly, all sounds in her room were recorded on the tiny plastic tape in this machine. $500 pieces recorder. Another $400, the money to buy the lamp, is as good as the headlight. Car. The light on the left side of the car was a fake light, used to transmit sound from her room to my tape. Don't be angry. Van Bin said a lot of fake jokes. It is right that women fall in love with him, because he knows how to use strange words. I am the dry, rigid man who also gets goosebumps when he criticizes her natural body parts. I beg you. Yes, I want say more. The reason I repeat is to assure you that we have eyes and ears everywhere. Inside Mr. Hoang's spy agency, we have people, quite a few people. These people do not know each other, and are tasked with information gathering, sometimes controlling, monitoring each other. She worked for us, but beside her were many people like her. So she should be honest. She should also prioritize her work interests above her personal sexual interests. What do you think? Queen Bitch choked. Yes. Nguyen Bien turned the car around to Nguyen Van Tin Street, parked close to the curb, driving the newspaper then Chung. He told her, due to security conditions, I cannot drop you near the house. I believe this time staff Hoang's is guarding her room. Queen Bitch was surprised. I was suspected by Mr. Hoang. No, at least for now. As far as I know, security measures were applied to employees, right after the Latang incident. Security measures include 3 levels. Firstly, for mid-level employees, holding a relatively important position at the central government, there will be a secret service to watch. Housing, in case we are assassinated or kidnapped. Second, for suspected employees, watch and monitor. Thirdly, for employees with special suspicion, special watch and monitoring is required. In your opinion, which category do I fall into? First class. Mr. Hoang did not suspect her. Mr. Hoang only let the staff watch, but did not follow her. You're so talented. Thank you for your compliment. Personally, I have no talent. I am just a wheel in a great machine. You too, the apparatus rotates, the wheel must also turn. I got it. You're smart, I know. Thank you for helping me today. Now she got out of the car and went home. But don't go back by Hai Ba Trung Street. Please go to Tudu Street, go straight to Zalong intersection, then turn right. Have a good night and we've a lot more than anyone else. Nguyen Bien knew that Queen Bitch would not be able to sleep tonight. He was also up all night like her. That night, Mr. Hoang, the general director of the Secret Service, was also awake. Stay awake with a thermos of thick coffee and a pile of documents related to the Latang case. Latang, you can't hide it from me. Latang, you're not honest. Colonel Bui Vin's voice resounded. He felt as if his heart and brain had been shocked by high-voltage electricity. But he tried to keep his hand steady so he wouldn't shake, because he knew Bui Vin was staring at his hand. Testing his reaction. Rolling in the profession, he is no stranger to this familiar method of preemptive strike. The enemy caught first. If he was weak, he had to be shocked and scared. But it's also possible Bui Vin is honest. Latang then calmly replied, you do not believe that I am your right. But among professional spies, I need to tell you that I didn't lie, because sooner or later, he will come out. Besides, I am a departed, with no hope of coming back, whether you like it or not. You are my allies against Mr. Hoang, and I have to cooperate honestly whether you like it or not. Bui Vin smiled. Your defense is very reasonable, but I have enough evidence that you are not completely honest. For example, apt. The time you worked in Hanoi. When? June 1965. This time, I went to the south. Before returning, you contacted an employee at Home Market. Yes. I made this case clear to Colonel Tu and Chu Gi in Hong Kong. One more thing I forgot. Who is this employee? Oh, this is a small detail. I've already told you all the basis, but it's useless to hide the name of the person. This employee is Y43. Y is the employee number divided into Z, Y, XX, XXISA trainee. After being brought into the official ranks, they bear the number Z, like Z28, currently working as an inspector general. Staff Z of the intermediate rank, operating north of the 17th parallel, is assigned the NUM liaison officer. What's your real name? Bear. According to the directive, I am not allowed to ask the member's real name. According to the directive, are you allowed to sleep with female members? No. Why do you ask that? Because he slept with Y.43, a pretty female employee. Latang sighed. She has become a fairy, we should leave her in the grave. She died for me, because I was careless. Because I mix love with duty. Bui Vin sternly. In Hong Kong, he only vaguely talked about Y.43. He refused to let Colonel Tu know that Y.43 was a woman and his lover. Why are you hiding it? As he told you, I didn't want the spirits of the dead to be sorry. Bui Vin laughed out loud. Well, I also pamper you. I just asked one more question about Y.43. Why was she arrested? They haven't found out why. Later, when I returned to Saigon, I asked Van Bin, but Van Bin did not know. Perhaps because of the internal rebellion. Who is the internal traitor? If Thad known, I would not have stayed in the south. T had known, I would have torn the traitor to pieces. When I heard that she was dead, I vowed revenge. But do you dare to commit to killing it yourself? My life has always been considered honorable. I promised never to do anything wrong. Even if itty, I will take revenge. You will meet a good opponent. Then let's talk again. Thank you. Now let's move on to another issue. Well, you must be very thirsty. Let me call the wine car up. What would you like? Whistling or vodka? Heard you really like rum Bacardi. Here we have a special type of Bacardi that was made and sent to us by Prime Minister Castro's own distillery. Even though he drank all year instead of cold water, it did not go away. Cuban Bacardi must be drunk with American Coca-Cola to taste good. Of course, live together in peace. You drink. Let me call Huyen Nung. Yes, please sigh on with both hands. Bui Vin pressed the Antet phone button and gave orders. Latang laughed. Your Bui Vin shrugged. There are many more beautiful people. I will give Huyen but to you if you will help me. TM helping you guys right now. No, I want you to help me with another thing. What? Please tell me. Relax. May is not too late. HF, you are not tired. I would like to talk about Tran Heap. On what basis did Mr. Hoang know that Tran Heap fell into the Ben Hai River because of his internal rebellion? Mr. Hoang did not give me the details. What about in this case? I can help you a lot. Because I lived with Z.309 for a while. He is one of the most senior cadres of the party and of the security sector in Interzone IV, that is, in the former Kim Sun area, which I directly control. Her real name is Li Hua. Physical Hua. I have met many times. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Hoang's staff. To be honest with you, I didn't understand why he was shot dead. Because he foolishly crossed the Ben Hai River in the most heavily guarded area. That's what worries me. Inspector of Interregional Police, Chairman of Vietso Friendship Branch, Provincial Party Committee. Li Hua is not an ordinary official. Too must have been known that this river was heavily guarded. Unless they deliberately put him in a trap. Yes, he died of treason. Means a person playing the role of a double worm to kill him. Probably. Maybe this person who killed Li Hua indirectly must be a high-ranking official. I also think like you. We've made a lot of progress in getting to know each other. I hope you continue like that. Don't forget that your testimony is on tape. Sound recording. Must too. The recordary is located under the tabletop. Recording for what? First, to make a profile. Second, you'll find out later. What about the Z.308 case? So far, I'm still crazy. An employee with the number Z being excluded is already in danger. And here 2 employees are excluded in a short time. 308 only holds the position of Deputy Head of Thanh Hoa Coastal Police, but he has helped us with many important things. Thanh Hoa Coast is the longest, compared to other provinces in central Vietnam. Thanh Hoa is also naval bases, such as Hun Nay, Submarine Base, Sam Sun, Base Hem, Lach Trong, Hydromechanical Base, Ba Lang Mechanized Naval Base. Most of the sea ambushes organized by Mr. Hoang in Interzone IV were provided by 308 with information and documents. This we already know. But only know after he died on Kuatung Beach. You were a counterintelligence spy, how would you deal with 308? I never thought of this theory. Because 308 is my trusted member anyway. You are an experienced commanding officer, so I asked for your opinion. In my place, would you order 308 to be killed? That depends on the situation. However, as a rule of thumb, killing the enemy's spy is a disadvantage. A living enemy is more useful than a dead enemy. But Fantine killed 308. That means Fantine is still naive in profession. Buddy, I dare not talk about the ability of a high-class counterintelligence character. Fantine is his direct command. Please be free. Edo not dare. Well then, possible, please give me more details about Kuatung case. I didn't remember very well. Please allow me to think about it tonight and tomorrow momming. It's okay. I have carefully read the report of the Coast Guard. If you forget any part, I'll remind you. Because I only know what happened to the police. Why does Z.308 know to be exposed? In the secret message sent to Mr. Hoang, he only said that it was leaked, and asked to be transferred quickly to the south. Other than that, he said nothing more. What about Mr. Hoang's open? About details with me. Every time he called me, he just ordered me to execute. What means of transport do you use when picking up employees? In the past, employees on fire could be checked in and out, according to the 4 classic methods, which means that any spy agency applies, that is by official airmail, clandestine aircraft, illegal border crossings, and submersibles. The method of using the official airmail was abolished after the North-South tensions were extremely tense. The Hanoi authorities suspended the issuance of foreign visas. Of the remaining 3 methods, which method is considered the safest? Depends on the case. Crossing the Laos border is often easier than crossing the Ben Hai River because the border area is well defended. In the past, some employees under me, operating in 3 provinces, Tan, Nghe, and Tin, withdrew to the south by Ai Lao Road. After crossing the border, they were landed by light aircraft and brought to the base near the border. Best. Why did you order Tran Heap to use Ben Hai Street? I didn't give orders. If I wanted to, I wouldn't have the right either. The decision on the export and import route is entirely in charge of Mr. Hoang's Secretariat office. I only have the task. Enforce. Assuming you were the one giving the order, would you order Tran Heap to cross the line? Tran Heap is familiar with the thyroid area, like the way in the house. Besides, Major Fan Lo, the local counterintelligence commander, is a close friend. Yet he was arrested. You know why not? No. Please ask Fan Lo more convenient. Well, if Fan Lo was still alive, I wouldn't have asked him. Oh my god. Is he dead? Alriak died when he needed to live the most. In the middle of his life to help me uncover the clues. It means you're skeptical. Probably. How did Fan Lo die? He died just like everyone else. That is, lying flat on the ground, not getting up again. If you like humor. Then I'll tell you a fairy tale. Maybe you spent millions to invite me to Hanoi to tell jokes. Sorry, Count. I'm still ridiculous. But my heart is very gentle. Long stay with me, you will see. The reason I used a sarcastic voice was because I was in so much pain. Suffering. Fan Lo is my close collaborator. A close associate of counterintelligence, or your own. My own. Thanks to him, I have left out many important details. My trap has been raised, let the beast take the bait and fall, but the person who pulls the trap is dead. Fan Lo died suddenly, died of a glass of wine. He is a notorious alcoholic. Just like Ikari Prime Minister Castro S. Bakadi. You're much smarter than him. Proof that he's still alive. And Fan Lo drank the wrong wine mixed with poison. Saddam died. Who poisoned him? The investigation got bogged down. However, I didn't believe the culprit is Mr. Hoang, or me. So, who is the culprit? Think for a moment, you will see. My brain is tired, I didn't like to think anymore. Besides, finding out who killed Fan Lo is not my job. You were right, but if you'll lend me a hand, you'll be appreciated. Jobs. You'll have one you want. Money, position, pretty girls. All T have. Ha, ha, with money, position, beautiful girl, am ready to jump into the fire if you order. Thank you for your honesty. I want to ask you one more question about case 308 because it concerns the deaths of Tran Heap and Fan Lo. Why didn't 308 go to the south by secret plane? As he told brother, this is arranged by Mr. Hoang. How to import and export by secret plane. It's the easiest method to implement in the current situation. In every area of operation, spies have designated a number of secret airports. Calling the airport E is not correct, because in fact, it is just a small plot of land, such as a vegetable garden, a bridge on the highway. In short, a flat piece of land is not too far away. Agents address so that movement is quick, easy, and not too close to the defensive position, so that the aircraft can land inconspicuously. This type of mission doesn't use helicopter speed is too slow, easy to be shot down. We usually use VIL-1 aircraft with jet engines, flying very fast, and landing very smoothly. Many times a VIL plane lands in the backyard of a building, and takes off without anyone knowing. Recently, VTOL is equipped with a special tool, to the point just throws down a rope, ties the chair, the spy climbs and is pulled out. M-plane. How many spies have you lost with VTOL? As far as I know, this method is 100% safe. Once, we landed VTOL close to Hanoi, right at Kim Lien, or village. Why did Mr. Hoang not import and export 308 by VTOL? Oh, you keep asking me something I can't answer. In principle, when to apply the export method. Enter by submarine. When transporting injuries, or when it is necessary to import and export many employees, especially women, children, and family members. Is 308 going to the south injured? No. Did he bring his wife and children? No. He is single. Note: 1x exfiltration. Intelligence officers operating in exposed enemy areas, technical noun. On fire, arranged to escape, called exfiltration by professionals. 2 i.e. vertical takeoff and landing. This type of aircraft is currently used by world spy agencies to import and export spies out of enemy areas. Z28 The death sentence Chap 11 TCE Hap R Ter Siam, Hulan Esat like a stone statue in her small house near Tnghe Bridge. The suburbs of Saigon had already begun to go to sleep. The pho shop at the top of the street had turned off the pink tube light, and the couple was about to push the car. The sound of the sewing machine rattling like rain falling on the zinc trough in the house next door has just turned off. In the quiet scene, Hulan felt strangely lonely and sad. Usually, when she is alone, she brings out the plastic flowers to arrange. She changes a style every day. She is very good at arranging flowers, partly because she graduated from an intermediate flower arrangement class in Dongkin, partly because she is skillful with her hands. New Year's Eve, an offer incense to the altar. But tonight, she did not think about flowers. She also did not bother to change her clothes to wear a nightgown made of white nylon, purple flowers, hanging on the chair. Because of this lovely shirt, force her to remember. Remember Latung. Tonight, her mind is entirely on Latung. Hulan sighed bitterly. The events of the afternoon at the office flashed back to her mind. She wanted to forget, needed to forget but couldn't. The second time, she was called upstairs to the Inspector General. The 24-hour period that Inspector General Van Bin gave her to think about Latung was over. She had to face Van Bin. Last time, she didn't notice the picture of a naked woman hanging on the wall. But this time, she blushed again. She had the impression that the naked woman was her. Md Van Bin was about to force her to reveal the surface of her mind, and present the naked truth, the truth between her and Latung. Van Bin ordered Queen Bitch to prepare the stenographer. She wrote it carefully, and then submitted it to Mr. Hoang tonight. Then sternly, "Hello, Ms. Hulan. Do you think it's ripe yet?" Hulan closed her shirt in her lap. Yes. The search for Latung continues, but as far as I know, Latung is no longer in South Vietnam. Although I do not have concrete evidence, I can say that he escaped to the north. Hulan was silent. She was silent, not because she heard that Latung was going to the north, because before he left, he confessed to her. She was dumbfounded because she saw that Van Bin was playing the most disgusting and deceitful role. More than anyone else, Van Bin knew that her lover sent her fiancé to the north to assassinate Van Thien, after nearly a year of suffering and humiliation. Nearly a year of school, Latang was despised by friends, family and public opinion. He was gone with little hope of returning. Van Bin still wanted his fiancé to Delan can't live in this false scene anymore. She wants to scold Van Bin, but is afraid. Van Bin is considered the evil god of the department. Protest the inspector general will go to jail soon. After Latang left, people wanted to jail her again. Imprisoning her to stay on the other side of the line. Latang is easy to continue the role of the next miserable drama. Inspector General Van Bin's voice was as strong as a sledgehammer. Ms. Hugh Lan. After all, she is also a senior employee. She is the profile of an exemplary employee. The general manager considered her promotion. In the future, she will become a key figure of the department. But ever since her heart was heavy for him, our hopes began to dwindle. Hugh Lan shivered. Like a cold, a chill ran from her spine out, stabbing her internal organs, making her dizzy for a moment. Van Bin touched her private life excessively. Van Bin calls Latang by his name again, which is unacceptable. Ironically, cruelly, Latang is operating in Hanoi under the orders of Van Bin, completely loyal to the department. At least Van Bin should invite her over, whisper in her ear that Latang is a hero. Van Bin continued. Yes, our hopes began to dwindle. As for me, I completely saved myself from the mud. Degraded, but the depraved horse still insisted on running the old way. If Latang goes to the north, cooperate with the enemy, the department will suffer heavy losses. Because, as you know, he had been commanding the intelligence system north of the 17th parallel for quite some time. After being worked on by the infrastructure, he was in charge of finance, paying salaries for the department's secret agents abroad. Now, the department still has time to deal with. I'm full of news. I will try to isolate Latang cockroaches from the enemy. I will borrow the enemy's hand to eliminate Latang. Hugh Lan whispered. No. It can't be. Van Bin stammered. Don't listen to him. Before leaving, he said anything to her, it was just a lie. Hugh Lan. She tried to calm down to tell me the suspicious words of Latang. Ms. Hugh Lan. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Definitely, she didn't say. Van Bin furiously smashed the table. Ms. Hugh Lan. It turned out that she was in a relationship with Latang. She refused to help the department unmask the traitor. She refused to help the department destroy the plan to take advantage. Latang of the enemy. According to the rules, she could be taken to court. As aid maybe, because in fact, the department a female employee who is gloomy about deceiving happiness like her. I know that women are like flowers, can't wait forever. She is not in love. Very. Butch was almost 30, forcing her to get married. Hugh Lan shouted. Shut up. She is no longer afraid. Shyness, her ancestry has disappeared. She became a hen, peacock tail, spread wings, protect the flock, against the hawks, invincible. Hugh Lan pushed back the chair, stood up, her eyes bloodshot. I can sit and listen to you humiliate my husband and trample one last time. He told him that he had no right to despise Latang because Latang was even superior to him. Like a crazy person, she shouted, I really hate crafty people. God, he pushed Latang. Van Bin shouted loudly, don't make noise in my office. Bodyguards. 2 large bodyguards loomed over. Van Bin ordered, you take Ms. Hugh Lan out of the room. Then turned to Hugh Lan. I give you one more chance, the last chance. Perhaps Latang confided in her before saying goodbye. Don't believe him and blame him. Tomorrow morning, you will see me again, for the last time. As you continue to protect Latang, I reluctantly have to arrest you. Of course, she will not have the honor of going to court, because in court, the secret will be revealed, the enemy will be exposed. I will take her to a place far from Saigon. 3 years and 5 years, the situation will calm down. Hugh Lan throws herself on the car mattress, her body is exhausted. At home, she tactfully left her clothes on, sitting Alone in the living room, thinking about Latang. Her mother and naughty children had not returned to the street. Alone in the living room. Hugh Lan is often alone at home, the children go out all the time. Her mother often returns to the province to visit her children. Tonight, however, she felt that the house was 1,000 times larger, as vast as an old castle, or rather, like a prison. In this vast expanse, she could hear every sound again, from the hungry mosquito buzzing by the yellow lamp to the regretful click of the gecko's tongue on the ceiling. The blatant words, so blatant as to be vulgar, of Inspector General Van Bin surpass. They used him as a pawn. An inanimate chess piece. Now, people use her as a pawn. Regardless of the outcome, she did not back down. She must save him. She must maintain the happiness of the two of them. Eyes shining, Hugh Lan stood up. Then the whirlpool door popped up. She asked, "Who?" Outside, the voice answered, "Me. I need to see Miss Hugh Lan." "Who are you?" Latung's best friend in life. Like someone hypnotized, she hurriedly opened the door. The guest stepped in and threw a half-burnt cigarette out onto the porch. Even though it didn't rain, guests still carried a black umbrella under their armpits. She extended her hand. "Please sit down and play." "I'm Hugh Lan." Guest tilted his head. "Yes, I know. My name is Bien." "Sorry sir, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you." "Yes, because I only know Mr. Latang. Mr. Latang told me a lot about you." Hugh Lan was silent. Nguyen Bien pulled out a cigarette. "Sorry, can you smoke?" She nodded. "You are welcome." Nguyen Bien cleared his throat and then said, "The story I am about to tell you is very related. It is related to the life of her and Latang. But before I go into the topic, I want you to tell me one detail. This afternoon, did you quarrel with Inspector General Van Bin?" Hugh Lan's face paled slightly. She began to guess who the stranger was. Butch remained still. Nguyen Bien smiled. "Before coming here, I knew you would be quiet. But she can only be silent if people respect her and her silence. Over here." Hugh Lan frowned. "He has no right to interfere. Interfere in my private affairs." Nguyen Bien laughed louder. "She said that to Inspector General Van Bin, and he made her Li 10. Hugh Lan was startled. "So he..." "Yes, I already know the content of the conversation between Van Bin and her at the inspector's office. So I want to help you. After all, she is also a person with legs, pitiful and pitiful. Besides, I am a close friend of Mr. Latang. I just want to help Latang." "Where is Mr. Latang now?" "In a place." He lied. "You don't believe it. But in your position, I would believe. Because she was cornered in a dilemma. Follicle. People stalk her day and night. They will arrest her. I am innocent, completely innocent." "No, you're guilty. Because she loved Latang. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, the Secret Service will come here, chain her hands, take her to the concentration camp. She will not be able to escape the net of Mr. Hoang. You listen to me, you will meet Latang. Meet Latang. Yes, see you again, and consider marriage as you two promised each other. To be honest with you, I'm confused. I suffered a lot about Latang. I suffered a lot about my life tied up in the Secret Service. But, sir, I cannot betray. We are not asking you to betray. Latang also did not betray. Where is Mr. Latang now? You just asked me, and I replied that Latang is living in a safe place. In Hanoi. Not in the area. Nor. Then where? Southern Wine. Hugh Lan blurted out. Strange, he. Butch stopped just in time. Anyway, she could not reveal to Nguyen Bien. She knew he was an employee of the enemy. She cannot follow the enemy. She also couldn't stay because Van Bin would send her to the doctor. In a hundredth of a second, Hugh Lan remembered the things he confided in her. "My dear, if only we didn't know each other, didn't love each other. I am married, I'm not angry. On the contrary, I am happy for you." And she replied, "If you're the hero Kin Ka, if you go away and don't come back, I'll wait for you all my life on the shore Dik Tui River." Maybe she has to wait for him all her life. Not on the banks of the river Dik Tui but in prison. As Latang confessed on the night of farewell, This profession is a profession of concealment and deception, Inspector General Van Bin. Will sacrifice Latang, sacrifice her, sacrifice the happiness of two people to achieve the ultimate goal, to bring down Fan Thien. Hulan can't keep her arms crossed. Because of defeating Fan Thien, people will also exclude Latang. In the afternoon, Van Bin had just coaxed her to clear the way to eliminate him. She looked up, her voice firm. Do you have any evidence that my husband is in Nam Vang? Guy, a piece of paper scribbled. Dear, you should listen to Mr. Nguyen Bien. He is in the south. Next week, we'll be on the road to Europe. I wait for you. I wait for you every second, every minute. My brother, Lieutenant Hulan crumpled the piece of paper in his hand, with a cold expression on his face. It was his familiar script. She could not have known that this was a work of Nguyen Bien. She looked at the vase of pears on the table. You want me to go to the south? Nguyen Bien nodded. I want. How to go? Car. I didn't have a passport. Another screening. Under these circumstances, they would not let me go abroad. Even if I get permission from the police, I have no hope of getting a seal from the Cambodian government. Since you are no stranger to me, I am an official employee of Mr. Hoang. Your SFA. I have done all the paperwork. When do we go? Now. God, I haven't prepared anything yet. You prepare, people will be suspicious. I have to tell my mother and sister. Even more dangerous. In the profession, she must know that family love is often 2 years. I know you miss your grandparents and children. In your situation, I also miss it, because we are all human after all, but for humans, love is paramount. She should put her love for Latang first. In the future, it's not too late for her to explain to her family. I'm afraid to leave this time. I won't come back. Stay, you will be arrested. Arrested foolish HLY and unjustly. Go away, she will be near Latang, as she always wished. Nguyen Bien looked at his watch. It's late. Ask her to decide. Hulan sighed. Sir, my goodies tangled like silk. I can't decide. Nguyen Bien's voice hardened. So, in the name of Latang, in the name of the sacred love between the two of you, I decide for you. Asking you to follow me. Would you mind letting me rewrite a few words? For whom? For my mother. Should not. Her travel abroad needs to be private. I just wrote you as goodbye. Nor should. I didn't want her relatives to know that she left on her own. Yes, I take your word for it. But at least he gave me 5-7 minutes to get dressed. Wei Lan's purpose is to buy time. She feels every second the clock to stay in this cramped house is a happy hour. She felt missing everything. Remembering her mother's gentle face, remembering the innocent laughter of her younger siblings. Remembering the nylon flowers she arranged in the vase, even the short Chapane's fluffy white, black eyes, lying obediently under the bed, never barking loudly. Even Hulan remembers the hibiscus flowers at the door of the house, the green leaves that play with the morning sun, before she eats breakfast and prepares to go to work. Almost as a habit, before breakfast tea time, Hulan often opens the door to let the momeming breeze in, and to admire the familiar hibiscus trees. She also saw clearly in her mind the round holes, which were used as entrances for the naughty bears. Sometimes you guys. Neighbors' children also borrowed this dog's path to play with each other. Those memories are going back to the past. Hulan wants to stay to say hello to mom, hello kids. But she also wanted to go to see Latang. She transforms into a robot, letting the outside decide. Understanding her innermost feelings, Nguyen Bien shook his head, sternly, not even better. She brought clothes with her. People would know that she intended to leave. Better to go. Who doesn't? People will be blind. Too bad. What can he change? Don't be shy. Nam Vang is really smaller than Saigon, but in terms of foreign goods, Itusinlos perhaps even surpasses Saigon. She can buy anything, as long as she has money. My savings are in the savings fund. I told you not to be shy. Latang already has enough money. Hulan put her hand on the doorknob. Yes. The road in front of the sound of the key turning in the lock made an agonizing sound. Like losing her soul, Hulan climbed into the car. As soon as the car door closed, She recognized the familiar figure of her juniors on the motorized cyclo parked in front of the house. She howled, "Grandpa!" Nguyen Bien coldly, "Your sisters are back. You want to see them again, don't you?" She stammered, "Yes. You allow me to go home for a moment 5 minutes. Huh, you ask for 5 minutes, Buddha will not allow 5 stars. Your security and that of Latang are in my hands, and depend in part on your attitude tonight." I just said goodbye to them and left immediately. Don't make me raise my voice. Don't make me scream either. Well, you don't want to go, I didn't force it. I came here as a friend. As a benefactor to save her from the cruel net of Mr. Hoang. Take care to meet her lover. I am neither to seduce you to do unjust things, or to force you to follow me through Nam Vang. Yes, I've run out of words, please come down. And from now on, please don't think about meeting Latang again. For a moment, the love of the flesh is stronger than the love of the flesh. Hugh Lan got up on the ice, preparing to open the door. She felt as if she had just been released from prison after many days of losing her freedom. Mommy her juniors are an essential part of her life. She will forget everything, give up everything. She will bear the unfair punishment of Mr. Hoang. But Hugh Lan sees Latang. Latang's silhouette floating in the dark space. Voice said Latang subtly in the silent night. More than once, he hugged her. More than once, the two of them lay side by side in the darkness of a secluded room, skin rubbing against each other, breath mingling. Whenever. Remember, Hugh Lan was miserable for hours. Nature is not rich for her the virtual beauty lines to attract men. So she is more easily moved than any other woman before the caresses of men. She had to meet Latang. She needed to relive those magical moments in her room with him. The love of the flesh rose up strongly, surely the love of the flesh. Hugh Lan shook her head, her voice bored. "Sorry sir, I missed the word. I am willing to follow him. He brought me to the horizon. I also go. Latang is my whole life. Because of Latang, I'm ready to give it all up." Nguyen Bien smiled secretly. In the dark, Hugh Lan I couldn't see his strange smile. The car drove across Tnghe Bridge to Saigon. Although it was midday, the sun was burning outside, but Van Bin's room was in the dark. Windows are all covered. The green velvet fringe prevents sunlight from entering. Furnishings are simple, but expensive and modern. In addition to the dwarf sofa made of eucalyptus, the second most expensive wood in the world, including 2 leopard-lined chairs, and a table with transparent glass created in France, the room consists of only one large bed, close to the wall. Press the power button and it turns into a digital phase chair or a writing desk. The feature of the bed is that it is located in the comber, between 2 large mirrors, the type of bed commonly found in European saddles. At the head of the bed, one sees a rectangular box with man and different buttons. Lying on the bed, one can press the button to open the door, close the door, turn on the radio, television and tape recorder, stereo phonograph. The white button in the middle of the box is used to open the refrigerator, attached to the bed. The refrigerator slowly opens. The owner can take the wine to drink by himself, without having to put it on the ground. This type of bed was personally designed and styled by Van Bin for a famous furniture company on Hong Cross Street. It can lift its head, or lower it 60 degrees, and it can vibrate as gently as sitting on springs. The mattress is a feat of the furniture industry in the service of love. It is exactly 30 centimeters, also quiet, contains a separate electrical system. When it is hot it gives off cold air, when it is cold it gives off heat, like an air conditioner hot and cold. The owner can set the level of hot and cold at will. A powerful lamp hung from the ceiling shone in the middle of the bed, when all lights in the room were turned off. This light is turned on, people have the feeling that they are on a striptease stage. Even more strange is that the light is very bright but not hot, nor does it give people a headache. The ceiling light is not used. The owner can turn on a series of separate lights around the bed, including rows of dozens of tiny light bulbs, many different colors, creating a natural scene. Van Bin prepared this unusual room to welcome Queen Bitch. As soon as she entered, she was startled. She heard much about Van Bin's hedonistic art, but could not no wonder his creative mind is so rich. With the agreement of the general manager, Van Bin established a paradise on the roof of a massive building on Red Cross Avenue. Guy. Occupying the top floor, including 10 rooms, an open-air courtyard planted with young grass imported from the UK for golfing, a transparent glass-walled swimming pool for the beauties to perform the atomic road, and 2 private elevators, one for him to get on and off, one to put the car in the garage or take it down the street. 10 minutes ago, the car driven by Van Bin slowly entered the backyard of binding. The backyard door is electrically controlled. The elevator doors are also electrically controlled. Queen Bitch waited for the beautiful racing car to fit into the elevator before asking, "Oh my god, when did you rent this house?" Van Bin put his arm around her shoulder, lovingly. "No, this is my own room, I spent money to build. Binding in front belongs to a real estate company. The door to the room is also electrically controlled." Van Bin turned on the light in the room and pulled a chair for her to sit. "It's very hot outside, took off my shirt to cool." I didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally because she was only wearing an open-sleeve shirt. She stared at them. He hugged her, kissed her lips for a long time. Suddenly, she pushed him away, covering her face with tears. He patted. "Why are you crying when you're happy?" She replied in tears. "Whenever I'm near you, I cry again. In the past, I only dared to cry, but Dick love, this time. I know you love me, I love you dearly. That's enough, I didn't ask for anything more. No, brother, I haven't really loved you. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Really, you took advantage of my love and trust." Van Bin narrowed his eyes. "How to take advantage?" Queen Bitch replied quickly, afraid that she might change her mind. "Taking advantage of the minutes of hugging him to steal information and documents and give them to the enemy." "Brother, I was a spy for the enemy, I didn't deserve your love anymore. After many one thought, hesitated, I decided to confess to you. I didn't dare to ask for mercy, and besides, my sins don't deserve it." Leniency. Being rosy, Van Bin's face became pale. He sighed, tossing the phrase "HLY let's Salem" into the ashes. However, he said nothing. Queen Bitch knelt down, put her head on his lap, painfully voiced, "Kill me. Make a phone call. Let Mr. Hoang take me to the doctor. His silence still does make me 100 times more bitter. I'd rather be in court, be executed. I'd rather you scold and beat me." Van Bin sighed. Things it didn't expect happened. Department employees are threatened by the EP. Threats of bribes are common, but it didn't expect that the person who was drawn into betrayal was you. You were the one it trusted the most. The reason he was quiet was because he was thinking about the important news that your private secretary had submitted to the enemy. Remember, what did you give to the enemy? All news and documents related to Latang. No wonder. When will I see them again? Today's interior. After dating him to get more information about Latang case. I put my life at your disposal. I am ready to kill you completely and then return for you to take to a military court. I have a rather superficial conception of the profession. Killing enemy personnel is no usual duty. Even though I betrayed her, the department did not want to prosecute or kill her. Because it's useless, completely useless. Don't forget that according to the rules you are responsible. Because I have softened before your beauty. You were careless letting secret documents get into your hands, as well as being reckless to the enemy organized DTM a duel. Oh my god, now what? Even if I am God, I can't change the situation. Both you and E are in the most dangerous situation. You wholeheartedly help me, we will be able to regain the initiative. He told me to kill myself right away. I also obeyed and did not refuse. Well, am an extremist. And impatient, somehow lost in the intelligence profession. Who is the person who often meets you? Nguyen Bien. That's a fake name. I didn't know where he is. When I want to contact, I have to use the dead mailbox system, or publish in the newspaper. Missing pages 158 and 159 Latang. In front of an oval table laden with expensive food and wine. Shrimp, fish, meat, abalone, bird's nest, all rare dishes in Hanoi or Donatet side, next to 2 baskets of imported fruit, and more than 10 bottles of wine. From morning to evening, he ate exactly 6 meals. That means eating like the Chinese. Colonel Buivin wanted him to be healthy, so he did not refuse. He drank for half a day a bottle of Bacardi rum, a special kind. Also in half a day, he called Huyen Nung. 3 Nung was tired, leaning against the wall to breathe while Latang still calmly drank Bacardi. At exactly 9 p.m., Buivin's car blew its horn in the yard. It was a large garden far from the main road, with tennis courts, miniature golf courses, volleyball courts, basketball courts, and a swimming pool. Buivin got out of the car, walked through the basketball court and entered the house with a happy face. He narrowed his eyes at Latang. Unusual, Buivin wore a light gray suit, pointed shoes, a white silk shirt, and a black tie with brocade stripes. He sat down in a chair and lit a cigar. The nearly 15-carat diamond ring shimmered on his short, course. Does Huyen Nung please you? Latang replied, thank you, she is very thoughtful. Buivin grinned. I know you have the courtesy to defend Huyen, but don't worry, in a few days I'll be going to Hanoi, they're free. However, my job has to perfect success. Work with Phan Thien. Must too. In the forest, there cannot be 2 king tigers. Either I, or Phan Thien is the lord of the forest. He does, have to go somewhere else. I didn't want to go, so it must be him. How do you eliminate Phan Thien? They've sent a report to the party's central committee. Phan Thien will be removed from his position, arrested, and imprisoned on charges of double espionage. And you used me as a henchman. Oh, the noun henchman is not correct. You are my ally. I won't be used to rewarding you. Latang was about to say, thank you, when the door opened. The person who entered was Huyen Nung. Her face was not as cheerful as usual. She bent down and Tung noticed that Buivin's hand was shaking slightly. Buivin shrugged and said, I have urgent business, I have to go now. Tonight, Huyen Nung will stay with him. Normally, Buivin smiled when he walked out of the room, the triumphant smile of someone who always succeeds in life. But this time his mouth was tight. Latang glimpsed a drop of sweat on his forehead. Huyen Nung quickly followed Buivin. Left alone in the room, Latang opened the window overlooking the yard. Even though it was dark, he still saw a black human, probably a plainclothes security officer. A tall man handed Buivin a paper. It must have been an order. After reading, Buivin danced his arms and legs, vehemently protesting. But the back door of the black box car was opened, and Buivin quietly climbed. The whole camp was engulfed in a creepy atmosphere. Latang heard the crows chirping in the garden. He stood wistfully by the window, his face pale, as if a flock of crows had come to wham him. Like a robot, he stepped out into the hallway. The camp was strictly guarded, but the guard was only in the outer circle and hid. Latang is completely free in the inner circle. That means he is imprisoned. He was allowed to eat, drink and entertain luxuriously. Buddha was not allowed to leave the reception center. Suddenly, he remembered Hugh Lan. Before boarding the plane at Tan Son Ni put Hugh Lan out of the internal affairs. Buddha had a hunch that Hugh Lan had been pulled into the ring. She was also detained in Saigon. Detained until Latang returns. But does he have any hope of returning? Mr. Hoang's plan was carried out without failure. Colonel Buivin foolishly put his head in the noose. Sooner or later, Phan Thien will be trapped. At that time, Latang shrugged and led to himself. With his bare hands and 3 inches of tongue, he was about to accomplish what many of the department's elite agents could not: eliminate Phan Thien from the North Vietnamese counterintelligence machine. Suddenly, Latang stopped. An invisible alarm bell rang in his mind. He saw the person stand in. Ridiculous. Hastily, he returned to the room. A voice called out from behind, Latang. He heard Huyen Nung's voiceless scream at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, he ran to the bathroom, opened the window, and jumped out into the backyard. Fortunately, this area is dark. All day long, sitting on a rocking chair observing the terrain, Latang memorized the unique path from the backyard to the sentry. If he reacts quickly, he can go to the guard post within a minute, use force to knock down 2 guards, then jump over the wall, grab the bicycle, and go to Hanoi. Mr. Hoang had arranged for him a hiding place in case the plan was revealed. The light in the hallway to the backyard came on. Pair. Tung knew that the Secret Service agent rushed in to arrest him. Why arrest him? Why did Huyan Nung call for help? Why did Colonel Bui Vin stop to scribe on the car? He didn't believe that this was a class set up by Bui Vin. Oil anyway, he must find a way to escape before the truth is revealed. Another row of lights came on. Then the voice called out, Latung. Where is Latung? He lay close to the ground, crawling on his arms. With this clever way of crawling, many times he had slipped through the barbed wire fence, escaped from the searchlights of the watchtowers in the coastal and border areas. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the dim darkness of the vast encampment. He turned to the left and ran quickly to the big corrugated iron house. Huyan Nung said it was the kitchen and the tool store. A cry arose. Someone, stop. Startled, he sat down. Through the darkness, he glimpsed a shining bayonet. As fast as he could, he jumped to his feet and lowered the atemi to the hand holding the gun. The rifle fell to the ground, making no sound. A heavy mass of flesh lunged at him. He hugged him and threw himself into the grass. The guard was not yet his opponent, so within a short second he had blocked his throat and dealt a fatal blow. The victim groaned and then fell silent. Latung rubbed his hands and stood up. Then a bright lamp flashed in his face. Accompanied by shouting, Latung, surrender. The guy has feet tried to run but a series of submachine guns exploded Takata. Blocked the way out. Latung, surrender or die. He sighed, putting his hands above his head. 3 Chinese armed soldiers with submachine out in the dark. The first guy hit the butt of the gun to his head. He dodged. The second butt of the gun came, and he fell against the wall. Latung heard a familiar voice. He had heard this, many times during the time he was playing the role of a humiliating Ms. in Saigon. It was the click of the iron handcuffs. The cold steel ring tightly closed the cuffs of his hands. A punch fell between his eyes, causing him one eye closed. Then many more punches followed. Your face is puffy. Latung fell asleep on the wet grass. Latung woke up in a spacious, luxuriously ceilinged room with an air conditioner. However, in the first few seconds, he did not see the American Fedder's 3-horse air conditioner, the solid blue painted cabinets against the wall, the huge desk full of phones and tools. Television. Nor did he see the bottle of Bacardi rum, his confidant drink, nor the genuine Haven cigar smoking on an 18-karat smoky gold ash dish, carved with a million moon dinos. He only saw a familiar face looking down. Familiar face. But strange. The face is gentle but hideous. Phan Thien's face. Director of North Vietnamese counterintelligence. One of the fearsome enemies of South Vietnamese spy agents. Just like with Bui Vin, Latung just met Phan Thien in the flesh for the first time in his life. But he knew him in the picture. Identical in the picture, he has the lingering face of an energetic man, a smiley mouth, straight and white teeth, and most like eyes. His eyes were as bright as electricity. When looking at someone, Phan Thien's eyes can dig deep into his mind. If necessary, he can turn into a sharp knife that cuts the skin of strangers. Those horrible eyes were directed at Latung. Seeing him wake up, Phan Thien ordered his members to help him sit on the chair. Latung's whole body ached, his neck seemed to be dislocated, making it impossible for him to turn away, to return as usual. He felt vomiting in his throat. This proves that he was hit hard on the back of the neck. He looked up calmly at Phan Thien. He put a half-burnt cigar in his mouth, his voice gentle, "Are you thirsty?" After waking up, the fainted person often asks for a drink. Phan Thien must know that special need. Still he asked. A brief tick of the clock. Latung knows that Phan Thien is dragging him into a game of cat and mouse. Well trained, he hoped to have the strength to resist the old fox's skillful interrogation techniques. He then nodded. Thirst. Phan Thien smirked. What do you drink? Latung looked around, bewildered. Possible, I would like a glass of rum. Rum Bacardi mixed with Coca-Cola. He ordered to bring you Bacardi. Fact, he didn't get any decent treatment. Fortunately, the person he intended to harm was me Phan Thien. Woe to you, if the victim isn't me. He was cross-head. Out hundreds of pieces before going to court, going to the court to make amends. What crime? What else to do with drama? Futile. Bui Vin has already been arrested. You're joking. Earlier, Bui Vin just met me. We talked for a long time. Because of an important matter, Bui Vin had to get on the bus. Taking advantage of his absence, he sent someone to arrest me and torture me. I will complain to Bui Vin. Ha, ha, you said something wrong. I need to explain it to you. Firstly, I did not meet Bui Vin. It was last night. He fainted for exactly 16 hours. Second, Bui Vin is my assistant. He complained in vain. Besides, he ordered his arrest. No haze in the hospital. Here, you see. Fan Thien threw a large picture in front of Latang. In the picture, Bui Vin stood between two security guards. His hands were cuffed, his face pathetic. Fan Thien still said in a sweet voice, "Do you believe?" Latang kept quiet. Fan Thien continued. He was arrested for colluding with the Imperial Secret Service to harm a trusted counterintelligence leader of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Latang replied, "Say. Easier to understand. He arrested Bui Vin on the charge of complicity with me. Right. Mr. Hoang, Van Bin and you are the core of a large-scale plan to remove me from the counterintelligence machine. I am annihilated, you will be free to operate, freely harm. You guys are wrong. I am an old professional with eyes and ears everywhere. T have powerful friends in the Central Committee of the party. IA Bui Vin took advantage of him, took advantage of his completely distorted testimony to create a false indictment to submit to the party Central Committee, asking for my arrest. He never discussed it with me. Of course, because you're nothing more than a cheap henchman. He couldn't kill me in front of me, so he arranged to stab me in the back. By borrowing the hand of Mr. Hoang, blaming me for being the double worm of the South. You are a man of imagination. I was cursed by Mr. Hoang, so I put myself under yours. Adore and eat money. Great acting. I still have a lot of work to do, so I didn't have time to be here to watch you. The case will be taken to court. Special court of the party Central Committee. He will testify in court. I didn't know anything. No problem. The court only asked what he knew. The court entrusts me to interrogate you. You should tell the truth. Don't force me to use the power of counterintelligence all over the world as cruel during interrogation. You probably already know. Now, Ibijan, listen carefully. Are you going to Hanoi this time with Mr. Hoang's consent? Asking this question, I tried love got me stuck. More than anyone, you know that I have to answer no. No, because Mr. Hoang kicked me out of the department. I live wandered for a long time, to the point of extorting money between casinos and assaulting law enforcement officers. That means he went to Hanoi on his own. Mr. Hoang did not know. Right. In fact, I didn't go anywhere on my own. Out of Kai Hua Clinic, I was unemployed. His to find. They came to find them voluntarily, not on my own. His staff bid and I agreed. According to a previous arrangement, I went to Hong Kong, stayed there for a while for you to exploit, then went up. Way through Europe. The sudden turn of events in Saigon forced me to change the program. Besides, it was you who forced me to go to Hanoi. LF this case is in the hands of Mr. Hoang, I have to beg to go. Not over here. Oh, it's only a child that you foolish HLY lied to my grandfather in this bush. He did not beg to go, Buddha interrupted. Please continue. More than that, he had an accomplice. Colonel Bui Vin is your accomplice. Bui Vin has been a secret agent for many years now of Mr. Hoang. You were sent to the north, pretending to surrender, to help Bui Vin consolidate his throne, remove me from the leadership ranks. You are very wise, but brother, I am much wiser than you. It's just a hypothesis. That theory he imagined. Now I understand why you arranged to take me to Hanoi. It's just that you want to beat each other, so you borrowed my hand. You want to kill each other, as you please, but please don't drag me in. Fan Thien scowled. He is a criminal, has no right to be stubborn and insolent. Latang pouted his lips. Your tricks are too trivial. Previously, operating in the north, I thought he was the elite of counterintelligence. Now I see the truth clearly. He still lost to Colonel Bui Vin by one area, one heaven. Anger face. Fan Thien get up. Hank reached for the whip on the table. But the door to the room was open. The first person to enter was Bui Vin. Colonel Bui Vin. Bui Vin is not arrested, handcuffed. Bui Vin with a triumphant smile on his lips. Accompanying Bui Vin was a soldier wearing a can of General. Latang turned around and muttered, Nguyen Kai Tan. Yes, the person who accompanied Bui Vin was General Department of Politics Nguyen. Thien is as pale as a cut chicken. Nguyen Kai Tan stands on the threshold door, said in a dry and bossy voice, in the name of the Security Council in the Central Committee, I have come here to tell you an important news. This morning, at 8 o'clock, the Central Committee held an unusually narrow session, with the presence of all members of the Security Council. Phan Thien pulled a chair, gestured respectfully, please take a seat, General. Nguyen Kai Tan pulled out a folded piece of paper. Then said, thank you, I didn't need to sit. Request you to listen to the resolution of the Party's Central Committee. During the narrow session from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m., the Party's Central Committee considered the report of Comrade Phan Thien, Deputy Director of the Protocol Department, and was alternate member of the Central Committee, on the arrest of Comrade Colonel Bui Vin on charges of collusion with enemy espionage. At the same time, the Party's Central Committee also considered the report of Comrade Bui Vin, after careful discussion, and weighing the evidence presented. In Comrade Bui Vin's report, the Party's Central Committee decided, 1. Order the immediate release of Comrade Bui Vin because he was found innocent. 2. Order the immediate arrest of Comrade Phan Thien because he is found guilty. 3. Order the immediate establishment of a special court, with General Nguyen Kai Tan, Chairman of the Security Council, serving as Chief Judge, Comrade Legion and Comrade Nguyen Hu Q, members of the Security Council, Company. When he was a member of the Central Committee of the PA to try Comrade Phan Thien, based on specific evidence submitted by Comrade Bui Vin. The court's judgment will be enforced immediately. Phan Thien's hand trembled. Nguyen Kai Tan sternly called, guard. Many rattles. Nguyen Kai Tan waved his hand. Arrest the accused Phan Thien and bring him back for examination. Phan Thien stood still, sweat beading on his wide forehead. For a moment, he remained calm. Bui Vin approached Latang. Hello. The court will convene immediately. At my request, you will be invited to be a witness. Latang spat on the expensive Persian carpet. You make me disgusted. Phan Thien coldly walked out the door, hands cuffed. Nguyen Kai Tan told Bui Vin, give Latang name to die. Dozen. Bui Vin stood and saluted. The vast room became empty and hot like an African desert. Latang looked at Bui Vin. Bui Vin looked at Latang. Then he burst out laughing ha ha, ha ha. Z28 death sentence end Tuyen Quang is one of the quietest streets of Hanoi. Before the Geneva Agreement, people only saw a small, sad row of houses dirty, old, entwined with each other, as if afraid of the shrill noise of the Haiphong railway line collapsing. After the Geneva Agreement, Tuyen Quang Street became smaller, sadder, older, with closed doors day and night, walls patched with white posters with black letters, sidewalks full of potholes, accidentally can break the ankle. This lonely and gloomy road suddenly took on an important face. The night had just fallen. Many uniformed police teams had parked their cars to block both ends of the road, forbidding people to come in and out. The whole area was isolated in the blink of an eye. The security staff checked the papers. Actively on Hang Bong Street, the South Gate, and the East Gate are adjacent to Tuyen Quang Street. Special defensive measures were also applied at weak points in the city. 2 cars wrapped in court documents in front of the Heng County Police Station. A platoon armed with heavy guns was transported to guard the office of reception in the Prime Minister. Government. In the middle of Tuyen Quang Street, a large villa stood tall. The lights were bright like stars. Security staff guarding the inner circle, the outer ring, overlapping, spying. Because this is the headquarters of the Security Council, under the Central Committee of the Labour Party. For tonight, the special trial is being held at the headquarters of the Security Council. The courtroom is on the first floor. A large room, the surface, length as well as width is larger than Dai Nam Cinema in Cho Hong. From the ceiling, dangling 3 sets of crystal lamps, 90 in total, 100 bevels each, cast a brilliant light down rows of red leather upholstered wooden benches, straw yellow painted walls, and a floor-tipped rug. Bright red noise. The trial begins. After the bell rings, all doors are closed. Guards in the hallway use shoes. The rubber sole steps gently on the polished marble floor, which can be mirrored. The judge sat behind a long, high table, close to the wall. Sitting in the middle was General Nguyen Khai Tan, Legion and Nguyen Hu Q, senior intelligence leaders and members of the Central Committee. Central Committee, sitting on both sides. The trio all wear four-pocket, closed neck, cloth shirts yellow khaki, the same as a drop of water. Below, Colonel Bui Vin and Phan Thien sat side by side with a thoughtful expression. Phan Thien was sandwiched between two guards wearing pistols. Ring, 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 ring. The bell just ended. Chief Justice Nguyen Khai Tan put white glasses in his eyes and solemnly spoke. The trial is held tonight here, under the orders of the Party Central Committee and the Security Council. Phan Thien, Deputy Director of the Protocol Department at the Prime Ministère, in charge of counter-espionage nationwide as the accused. Internal reasons. As follows. The Party Central Committee received a confidential report from Colonel Bui Vin, giving concrete evidence of Phan Thien II's communication with enemy spies. The Party Central Committee was reviewing the report when Phan Thien arrested Colonel Bui Vin, also on charges of collusion with enemy spies. Because the evidence was too clear, the central government ordered Bui Vin to be released and Phan Thien imprisoned. This trial will decide whether Phan Thien really committed the crime or not. Defendant Phan Thien has the right to defend. Some people will be invited to testify. The judgment will be final and immediately enforced. Due to the nature of national defense, the trial was held in secret. Therefore the verdict will not be published. At the beginning, the court gave words to Colonel Bui Vin. Bui Vin stood up solemnly, looked around the island, and then said in a loud voice, "First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Party Central Committee and the Security Council for convening this internal trial. It proves the democratic and just spirit of our regime. It was also a fatal blow to the enemy's plot to separate the ranks. Yes, Your Honor, the fact that Phan Thien has to go to the docks today is a heavy defeat for enemy spies. Because Phan Thien is a secret agent of the enemy, planted in Warangs for many years." General Jian waved his hand. Ask the witness to keep an impartial attitude. Based on what? Multiply. Concluding evidence that Phan Thien is a secret agent of the enemy. Sir, if the court allows, I would like to present the background. I would like to give concrete evidence of Phan Thien's collusion with the enemy. Start from National Day of the Resistance in 1946. Looking back on the old file stack, it was found that Phan Thien was a loyal officer of the resistance despite being trusted by the French counterintelligence. However, this loyalty is only a screen to cover up the sophisticated and formidable betrayal plot of the stepdog Phan Thien. Ask the witness not to use derogatory terms. Sincere apologies, dear court. While enthusiastically serving the party in the spirit of class struggle, I forgot to keep my word. August 1944. Obey orders. President Ho. Comrade Van 1 seconded Comrade Phan Trong Tuesday to the inner city of Hanoi, connected with Imperial intelligence officers, especially Vietnamese staff, to set up information bases. Phan Trong Tuesday set up his headquarters in Duc Thang Jewelry Store in Giok Hang Ken. Operating until the end of 1944, a part of the facility broke down because of the inline. Kiu Lin, a key communication officer, was caught in the French 2nd Division's net. At that time, Phan Thien worked in the political interrogation room of the POL, and was fully trusted by POL. Kiu Lin was assigned to Phan Thien to exploit. Because of her background in the intellectual petty bourgeoisie, this female courier easily surrendered after being received water and raped. As a result, the bow type opened all to the enemy. If you submit your application to Major P, the French destroyed all of our bases in the inner city. But he went silent. He shut up, not because of patriotism. As an old fox in the profession, he had long sensed the inevitable collapse of the colonial government, so he used Kiu Lin's betrayal testimony as a gift to Phan Trong Tuesday. At midnight, he broke into the house 18 Hang Bun, where Phan Trong Tuesday was hiding. Comrade Tuesday couldn't make it in time, so he was arrested. As you know, Fantine did not arrest. Fantine just threw it on the table to fear Honey, and left an address on Cowgo Street. At noon the next day, Comrade Tuesday went to Cowgo to meet Fantine, and since then Fantine has worked for us. I work as Fantine has helped us a lot, but it's just a way to gain trust. In 1947, Colonel Dupré controlled the French counterintelligence agencies, and used Fantine to infiltrate the resistance. Fantine was exposed. For a woman, his former mistress, who later became Dupré's concubine. I have not found out why Fantine was exposed, but what I do know for sure is that Dupré is in love with his native wife, partly because of his necessary professional skills, should ignore Fantine to continue contacting the resistance. Where did the witness get this information? Yes, in the Central Archives. It was not until 1959, when a former employee of the 2nd Division operating undercover in the North was arrested, and confessed, that Fantine's active role was breached. Ask the witness to give more specific details. Sir, on June 7, 1959, Tyheen was arrested by the police in Gialam on charges of working for Southern spies. Previously, he was a secret agent and henchman who gave Dupré girls. He had overheard the story of the settlement between Fantine and Colonel Dupré. Does Tyheen know Fantine? No. Does Tyheen have a grudge against Fantine? No. Who interrogated him? Dear Heng County Police. Please be clear, it's not me. At that time, I was still a lieutenant colonel in the army, serving at the headquarters, note I had seconded through the reception. This proves that I am not involved in the internal affairs, making Fantine possible. I can say that I hate him, so I fabricated it. Who is the case file of Tyheen presented to? Sir, a copy was sent to the General Department of Politics. However, as far as I know, the party Central Committee does not believe in the testimony of Tyheen. How did he tell? Losing, he testified that in the conversation between the two at Dupré's private house, Fantine confessed that because of the beauty's successor, he was forced to join the resistance, because he asked for the merit of atonement. At first, Dupré was not satisfied. Dissatisfied. Yes. Dupré rang the bell to call the bodyguard in, intending to get rid of Fantine, but the native wife fell to her knees, crying and begging for forgiveness. Dupré sat. Then he forced Fantine to write a pledge. The witness has a pledge in hand. No, because Dupré's files were brought back to Paris the day after his repatriation. Why does the central government not accept the testimony of Tyheen? Sir, because the Central Committee thinks that it may be a trick of the imperial secret agents. Does that mean the central government made a mistake? Sir, I do not dare to doubt the wisdom of the Central Committee. Standing at the top, the Central Committee covers everyone and everything, hears it all, knows it all, considers it, and never deviated. So the witness was wrong. Your Honor. I apologize if it weren't for the strange assassination attempt on May 9, 1961. Who was assassinated? Sir, that night, Tyheen was killed in Wallow's house while waiting for the court date. He was stabbed in the throat by a 180 death row inmates with sharp iron chopsticks, and died prematurely. The reason? Yes, there's no reason at all. The perpetrator confessed that he did not like Tyheen's arrogant attitude. Did the police find out the secret cause of that murder? Sir, the next day the killer was transported by bus from the Central Police Station to the police station. Heng County police officer for questioning. The engine stalled along the way. The perpetrator used a gun to threaten security staff and escaped. Hey, use a gun. The killer has a gun. Where did the gunman get the gun? Yes, it is common for criminals to be carefully searched. Before getting into the car, the killer went through the search room for 15 minutes, but he, Cone 9. Sir, the Cone 9 is a bulky naked gun, which proves that he was supported by an accomplice. Did the police discover the accomplices? No. For understandable reasons, the police had to listen to Fantine's orders. The foreman is Fantine's Jr. The driver who brought the perpetrator to the police station is also Fantine's Jr. As a result, the two employees were sentenced to 5 years of hard labor, that's all. Then the case was extinguished. According to the witness, who is the mastermind? Fantine. Yes, it can only be Fantine. The killer was a commando officer of Mr. Hoang in Saigon. According to secret information, the killer is living leisurely in Saigon, working in the specialty department of the Secret Service. Phi Phan Thien, no one can father for the perpetrator to escape to the south. Escape is difficult, hiding in Hanoi is even more difficult because our Haku policy is very strict. Escaping across the 17th parallel is 100 times more difficult. Phan Thien had colluded with Southern spies to save the killer and destroy important evidence of treason. In the reports into the party Central Committee, the witness said that in January 1954, a West MM intelligence conference was convened in Paris. It was decided to send a double agent to the resistance zone and Phan Thien was one of the leaders. This employee, so the witness gave more details. Sir, according to the file, Phan Thien went to our police outpost in Thanh Nguyen, exactly at 9 a.m. on February 15, 1954 and he left Hanoi at 10 o'clock at night on February 14. According to the files obtained by the KGB in the Ballet Counterintelligence Archive, in 1954, the West sent out 5 double cadres, including 2 senior staff. Of these 2 high-ranking officers, the first, bearing the code G6 from Hue, sneaked to Duong Hoa War Zone, with the task of operating in Interzone 1 Volt, and the second from Hanoi to Thanh Nguyen. Did the witness add any more important details? Yes, he changed his name to G7. I didn't know his real name is. Nothing. It is clear that he was ordered to leave Hanoi at 10 o'clock at night on February 14, 1954. That is, on the same day, at the same time as Phan Thien, and he also went to Thanh Nguyen like Phan Thien. On February 15, 1954, the Thanh Nguyen police station only received 1 employee from the inner city. Please, only 1 staff member. Phan Thien. Other than that, no one else. Those who want to enter the area must go through the police station. The enemy's G7 double agent could only be Phan Thien. Thanks to his cunning tongue, he deceived Comrade Tran Quoc Hon and was given the position of a spy consultant, Inner City Special Zone, before going abroad to the Soviet Union and China to practice at an advanced level. Of course, during his time in the fraternal socialist countries, Phan Thien provided information to enemy spies. Colonel Bui Vin was silent, looking to the side proudly. Slightly pale, Phan Thien looked up at the Chief Judge's table. Chief Justice Nguyen. Kai Tan said. Defendant Phan Thien. Witness Bui Vin has just given 2 important pieces of evidence, which is temporary enough to bring the accused to the scaffold. Tai Hien case and G7 case. It is a people's court, or a military court. After hearing specific accusations from witnesses, the court will only ask the accused briefly and then pronounce the sentence, and pronounce the maximum sentence. Because the evidence is too obvious. But, this is as an alternate member of the Central Committee, he is the Deputy Director of the Protocol Department and directs the Counterintelligence Department, so the court needs to study it carefully. The court needs to hear several bells at once. The court allowed the defendant to defend. What does the defendant think about the Tai Hien and G7 cases? Phan Thien stood up, his voice as steady as a student's answer. Your Honor, before coming to this horseshoe, I have decided to say very little, to save Colonel Bui Vin to talk a lot. I just answered briefly. It is completely absurd to accuse me of colluding with the perpetrator and enemy spies under the pretext that the road warden and the driver of the inmate truck are my employees. After the Spanish Civil War, Orlov, a Soviet police controller, a close friend of Field Marshal Sidolin, commander of the Spanish Liberation Brigade, that is, the leading figure of the Cam Lin Palace, reacted. Betrayed the socialist regime, fled to the United States, surrendered to the enemy. But then Orlov's friends remained in the Soviet Union. Was anyone accused of conspiracy? Please say no, 100 times no. Whoever does the crime, everyone suffers. I control hundreds of thousands of employees, cannot be held responsible for personal errors. Bui Vin said that Tai Hien's killer was in Saigon. So, why didn't Bui Vin arrange to bring him here to confront? It's just that Bui Vin is the genuine henchman of the Southam spies. The G7 case is no different from the Tai Hien case. I am a loyal and effective servant of the socialist regime. The enemy cannot spare me. I destroyed the enemy's intelligence apparatus again. Then the enemy would definitely use the method of the way of painting the oxen to plant false information into the ballet archives, have it taken by the double agent, and then from the KGB to Hanoi. The defendant wants to conclude that TL. Hemorrhoids. Sir, in the spy business, no one is considered old. Having been active for decades now, I still consider myself childish. Fig on the other hand, using fake news, fake documents, fake images, fake employees to deceive, or to divide enemy ranks is a common technique, which any spy agency in the world has. Particularly, the front office department, which I control, also has a separate department, called the 2D board, which means poisoning by news. In the past, I arranged for fake documents to fall into the hands of Southern employees operating in Hanoi. In the past, I had my employees disguise themselves, go to the South, reveal some of my secrets. The goal is to sacrifice iron hunting to catch the perch. And in the past, I have succeeded. My successes have been fully reported to the Security Council and Central Committee, fearing that you will be boring, do not dare to repeat them again. And it is because of these successes that I was unanimously appointed as an alternate member by the Central Committee, so that next month I will become a full member. Do not dare to abuse the discussion because I know court permits. Let me make it clear that we have lost a lot of heart and blood to stop the Citizen tendency in our ranks, so we cannot tolerate the Sit-Talon apprentice. Is Bui Vin using fake evidence to destroy middle children member of the party? Your Honor, in order to kill Comrade, Citizen sent an officer to lie that he had met Trotsky's son at the Bristol Hotel, plotting to kill important Soviet figures. As a result, many comrades were unjustly executed. In fact, the Bristol Hotel was in ruins when Citizen's staff lied about meeting Trotsky's son there. 1. Marshal Tukhachevsky and the 7 commanders-in-chief of the Red Army were executed in 1937 and accused of being in league with Hitler. Later, it was discovered that Hitler poisoned Soviet counterintelligence with fake documents, in order to use Citizen's hand to kill people with merit. Your Honor, do not dare to compare MYSLF with Marshal Tukhachevsky, but only ask you to reconsider. Conside. Came back to unmask Bui Vin, the enemy's double agent, fabricating evidence to kill a good employee. Bui Vin leaned on the chair, his face red from anger. Sophist. The Chief Justice waved his hand. Relax. Well, let the accused sit down. How much longer is Colonel Bui Vin? Bui Vin stood seriously, his voice solemn. Dear. The accused wisely denied the crime, but it was foolish wisdom. Because, Your Honor, that is preliminary evidence. I would like to present more clear evidence. These strong evidences are recorded in the report I just submitted to the quarter. Court done. Sincerely ask the court to call witness Latung to confront. The chief judge looked down. Latung. Latung made a dry voice. His face was as green as leaves. The chief judge put the glass on the table. I'm Latung. Yes. Do you know what you're doing here? Yes, not yet. Colonel Bui Vin should have told you. He is a South Vietnamese spy who volunteered to serve. If you really volunteer, you will be great. But if you pretend to volunteer, we won't forgive you. However, this internal trial is the only and last chance for him to return to the main road. You should tell the truth, just tell the truth. On behalf of the Central Committee and the Security Council, I promise. Indeed, he is a double dummy with the task of segregation. Your Honor, I have been completely hunted so far. In short, you are not a double. No, 1,000 times no. Watch out. We have several other witnesses who can verify your testimony. Again, the court asked him, did you tell the truth or not? Completely correct. Okay, that's the first procedure done. The court handed over the words to Colonel Bui Vin. Bui Vin looked in the middle of Latung's face. Latung shrugged his shoulders. How many times have I explained? Now, you have to explain to the court. Is the cause or not? In general, the most important cause is carelessness. Careless in preparing the plan. Careless in the execution of the plan. Ask him to be more specific. Did they die from carelessness? No, they died, perhaps because others were careless. Who is the other person? This I didn't know. They often obeyed the above orders, either the direct command in North Vietnam, or the order of Mr. Hoang. They only know when to arrive at the place to land, how to land, under what conditions. That means they are like machines. After they died, I opened an investigation and found that they all obeyed the instructions. Whose? Of Mr. Hoang. So why did they die? Because inline. In your opinion, who is inline? Only Mr. Hoang is well known for the names of the lines in the north. I'm just an executive officer. Both see how many inline. This number is kept completely confidential. Do you suspect anyone? Doubt is tradition of espionage. However, in the case of 3 employees of most of his staff in North Vietnam, were killed while trying to enter and exit. Why? I'm 307, 308, 309 killed. It's hard for me to have a clear attitude because Mr. Hoang won't let me. Know that they communicate with Saigon by QSZ or QFR format. QSZ and QFR. QC's to communicate directly with Mr. Hoang's radio office by personal radio. Each intelligence unit north of the line was equipped with a personal radio. 307, 308 and 309 work alone, so I don't know if they have their own radios. Still, QFR is mediated communication. If it is a QFR communication, the inline must be in the intercom system. In the luggage of the 3 killed employees, the police found the radio. So, that means they communicate in QSZ format. Means can't have inline. Have. Yeah, in this case, there are 2 forms of inline. Inline in Saigon headquarters, and inline in Hanoi. In my opinion, it is difficult for internal recruitment to operate in Saigon, because the reception department is different from Y Electric Password. The receiving board is located in the Difeng 1 radio center in Phu Lam. Received telegrams are transmitted in 3-step lock suitcase to the electric board. There, electricity was hand-delivered to the electricity epidemic room. The secret messages of spies in the north were all given to the electrical epidemic room by Hoang's electronic device. Secretary Nguyen Hong is personally in charge. As far as I know, apart from Nguyen Hong, Van Bin and Mr. Hoang came out. No one was allowed to go to the special epidemic room. Therefore, I have every reason to believe that the leak was not in Saigon. All disclosure must be in Hanoi. I also deduced the same, but did not have enough conditions to discover. In your opinion, what level should this inline be at? Must be F control level in the government apparatus. Maybe Mr. Hoang sacrificed 3 employees to protect the inline. 3 employees are treasures of the department. Mr. Hoang can sacrifice 3 employees to protect a midline inline. I have the impression that someone who usually has close contact with 307, 308 and 309 is inline. Totally agree with your conclusion. 307, 308 and 309 are all paid by counterintelligence. But the counterintelligence commander who often meets them is the accused Phan Thien, who is present in this room. Do you agree with me that Phan Thien is that person? I cannot meddle in your internal affairs. Chief Justice Nguyen Khai Tan interrupted. Latang, you need to think carefully before answering. Do you agree that the internal selection in this case is the defendant Phan Thien? Latang shook his head. I can say no or say yes. Isle news to you. That's all. Besides, I have no right, and don't like to draw conclusions. Chief Justice Nguyen Khai Tan said. You do not conclude that is right. Okay, Colonel Bui Vin continued. Bui Vin turned to Runk Latang. Missing 210,234. I want you to report to the court about the relations between you and the female courier Y.43. Latang sighed, his voice sad and distant. More than once, I asked him to leave Haraloy anyway. She has become an ancient person. Am not allowed to exhume dead bodies. I beg you again. How did you know her? Going north, I was ordered to contact the courier Y.43. It wasn't until we met that I knew Y.43 was a woman. Quite nice. Yes. How old? 22. Did she love him, or did he love her first? Edo not remember. As a rule, I am not allowed to be intimate with female employees. So is she, but I didn't understand why they. I'm friendly with each other. I never confessed to her, nor did she tell me she loved me. But in reality, we love each other passionately. At first, it was just a trivial date. But, You know, intelligence is a night job. We have to meet again in an empty room, in a private place. Where? TM so sorry, brother. You have to say it all. Because the love between him and Y.43 is the father torch to illuminate the truth. In Hang Buam, I have a secret room on the 3rd floor at the end of Hang Buam Street. Rented from a couple Min Hong. Whenever I have free time, I often invite her to come there. Where else to go? Another room near Kim Lean tram station. Do you know her private life? No, you lied. Of course, in the minutes of her knees and hands, she confided in me, be clear family background. Let me tell you so you won't be upset. She is 1.55 tall, weighs 41 kilogram, has big and black eyes, a nose along a coconut, skin as white as a peeled egg, a heart lip, 2 cute dog teeth, a natural mole on the left cheek, 2 red moles in breast. Sire, don't be rude. A pure proletarian like me doesn't live like a petty bourgeoisie like you. No, she is not my lover. It's the staff. Yes, double employee. She really loves him, but she still has to fulfill the duty entrusted to her by me. That night, I was about to arrest him, but Fan Thien took action first. He arrested her before she led me to the rendezvous. Fan Thien captured Y.43 to save him. Fan Thien saved him because he was also an employee of Mr. Hoang. Latang was shocked. Soot was smeared on the chief judge's table. His voice was clear. Sir, through the evidence that has just been presented, the court has clearly seen the role of Fan Thien. I have more proofs. The general headquarters sent me to the front office after the presidential palace received some news that Fan Thien was the enemy's staunch enemy. Silently but patiently, I planted myself with the intention of arresting Fan Thien in the act. But he is a stellar fox. Major Fan Lo, my collaborator, captured 307 at Ben Hai, and grasped some secrets. He was poisoned to death on his way back to Hanoi. He ordered to kill Fan Lo because he was afraid that I would discover the truth. He ordered to kill the coastal captain at Kua Tung, even though the victim was his loyal junior. For fear I knew that the ambush on the beach was completely contrived. Your Honor, it is clear that Fan Thien is the henchman of a South Vietnamese spy. Instead of using a plane to take 307 and 308 to the south, Mr. Hoang forced them to cross the Ben Hai River, and 308 was tricked by Mr. Hoang to cross the river that we were most guarded against. So the cigar submarine had to come close to the shore to pick up 309, then it was parked at sea, put in a rubber boat, which proves that Mr. Hoang knew about the ambush in advance. That ambush Mr. Hoang ordered Fan Thien to organize to kill 309. 3 elite employees 307, 308, 309 were sacrificed to increase Fan Thien's prestige in the North's counterintelligence apparatus. If the General Command had not been wise and had not sent me to Fan Thien to take care of him every second, every minute, today our dear North would have turned into Mr. Hoang's country. Fan Thien is very cunning. Listen to the wind. I sent a report to the Central Committee. He abused his command and arrested me. Fortunately, thanks to the wise judgment of the Central Committee, I got released and Fan Thien temporarily entered the clinic. He did not go to the doctor to pay for the crime. He must be put to death. From the picture because he took the enemy's salary to sabotage the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The Chief Justice interrupted. Did the Colonel just say that the accused eats the enemy's salary? Colonel Bui Vin's face lit up. Yes, Defendant Fan Thien raised his H0F the enemy. He didn't discover it in time. Fan Thien will do even more harm. His despicable betrayal could push our security system into a state of collapse. The judge waved his hand again. The court wants the colonel to give evidence. Defendant Fan Thien received money from whom, and how much money in total? Bui Vin said to Latang. Please tell the truth to the court. Latang expressed surprise. I have never stated that Fan Thien received money from Mr. Hoang. So how much is it to obey Mr. Hoang's order to transfer money to Van Tuong, Hong Kong and Nam? I already told you. Now, please repeat. $45,000 within 3 months. Are there any diamonds? Have 8 beads, worth a total of $22,000 more. That means both dollars and diamonds are $67,000. Must to Chief Justice Nguyen Khai Tan slammed his hand on the table. Latang. Did you give money and gold to defendant Phan Thien? Latang replied. No. Huh, so you. Give to whom? Fernello, Sambat and Poom. Who are these three? Probably a person. Phan Thien rose to protest. Sincerely your attention to the court. Bui Vin will try to conclude that Nello, Sambat and Poom are me. In fact, the chief judge loudly asked the accused to sit down and maintain a respectful attitude towards the court. Only when the court allows, the accused is allowed to speak. Next time, if you do it on your own, you W out, no more excuses. Latang, on what basis do you dare to say that Nello, Sambat and Poom are one? In my first interrogation in Hong Kong, I did not dare to conclude that these three are the same person, but in recent days, looking through my memory, I have realized that it is probably true. Because Ms. Hugh Lan, employee of the H4 division, was ordered to put these three payroll cases together in one file. How is the payroll arrangement? In principle, every employee is entitled to a separate profile. Employees can bear many other names each other or only have one name. In principle, they must bear many fake names. Especially the dual S staff operating in the North Vietnamese. The chief judge turned to Bui Vin. What evidence does the colonel have that Nello, Sambat and Poom are the accused Phan Thien? Dear, Latang deposited money at Dong Kin Bank in Van Tuong on Otta British Bank in Hong Kong on September 11, at a Franco-Chinese bank in the south on October 5. And the money was withdrawn 2 or 3 days later. Your Honor, I have asked Latang to write to the banks mentioned above, and they have replied. Original copy of reply being placed before the court. I ask your permission to read a letter sent by Latang to Dong Kin Bank and the bank's reply. Mani An. Dear Mr. Director of Dong Kin Van Tuong Bank, Laos. Dear Mr. Director, 15 days ago, I wrote to your bank to inquire about my account accounting. Perhaps because the letter was lost, the bank did not respond. Tomorrow morning, I go to Hong Kong and will stay there for a month. I respectfully request you to send it to the hotel. Vanda, 3 College Road, room 215, give me the above number. Best regards, Mita, and here is the reply. Vanity. Date. Dear Mr. Mita, we regret that we did not receive your first letter and were unable to respond on time. According to the gentleman's request, we would like to send to Vanda Hotel. On August 18, Mr. Nello went to the bank and withdrew $12,000. Currently, account number as. The gentleman's $3,452 left $765. Trust is satisfied the gentleman. Best regards. Signature. Director of Dong Kin Bank. Your Honor, the next 2 letters of the Bank of England and France China are also written in a similar fashion. The blessings. This letter proves that $45,000 and 8 diamonds were taken from the banks on August 18, September 12, and October 8. Phan Thien personally went to the bank. Yes, sir. Phan Thien went abroad from mid-August to mid-October, through Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Burma, Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, and before repatriation, visit China and Cambodia. The purpose of this trip is to inspect SPI system. Phan Thien took advantage of a job. Taking advantage of the inspection to receive Mr. Hoang's salary. According to reports from our public diplomatic facilities and secret intelligence sub-units, Phan Thien reported being sick to stay at a hotel on August 18 in Van Tuong, September 12 in Hong Kong, and on September 12, 8 to 10 at Southern Wine. He reported being sick to sneak out of the hideously weighed down on the court. The judge's face is rosy suddenly red. Phan Thien bowed his head between 2 guards wearing pistols. The chief judge said, Defendant Phan Thien. The evidence presented was too complete. The court did not want to prolong it any longer. Did the defendant have anything else to say? Not. The court will call additional witness. Phan Thien's voice trembled. Again, comrades, please reconcile me. I'm so sorry, comrades. Imperial spies fabricated evidence to kill me. Is a true and fair love. The Chief Justice said, the defendant is not allowed to call the court a comrade. Whereas the guard, bring in witnesses. Everyone turned to the Hong door. Latang was shocked as if he had been hit in the back of the neck. He does end out. Indeed, he could not have expected her to be a witness. He couldn't expect her to be in Hanoi. Before leaving Tan Son Nhut, he implored Ladeep to report to Mr. Hoang that he was ready to make sacrifices for the great event. Butch had to be left out of the case. Because she is a pitiful woman. Because she is an innocent woman. Ladeep made a commitment to him. But the fact of flesh and blood before his eyes eloquently confirmed that Ladeep had deceived him. Van Bin tricked him.